7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And Doug, they're in there waiting for us at youtube.com/TMA STL. Jake Reynolds says, morning, boys. And then Roman Polak's French says, good morning. The best decision I made Sunday night was watching the lesbianism in The Last of Us to get my mind off Game 7. So the table has been set, and the Stiefel dossier is ready.
Holy spoiler. Only halfway through the episode.
What's the
Sounds
show?
like you have an issue with Roman Polak's French.
Yeah, come on, man.
Come on, man.
What's the show he's watching?
The Last of Us.
And what's that about?
Apparently, it's about girl activity.
Zombie apocalypse.
Oh, God.
Doug, you'll be watching
Haven't been
that this
enough of
evening.
those.
Yeah, if we could just get some more zombie movies up in this here.
Well, you seem open-minded about it.
I'm not. You know what else we don't need? Any more karate movies? How many karate
Doug's
movies need to be made?
anti-karate
Yeah,
movies.
it's interesting, the Ralph Macchio thing. William Zabka.
Oh, yeah. I don't know who was in it. I just know I've seen all the karate movies I need to see for the rest of my life.
Would you like to be Ralph Macchio's agent? Yeah, Ralph. Yeah, I got a karate thing. Anything else? No, I got another karate thing.
That's pretty much it.
Anything else? No. How about that Scott Baio? Didn't he just kind of live off being Chachi for years?
I'm surprised it took us this long to get to that.
We're only 2 minutes in. I thought we hit it at 1.
Well, I didn't. To be fair, I didn't check the dossier in case
The Stiefel dossier is
loaded.
Martin, this is the dossier you've been waiting for.
Okay.
Jackson, tell Martin what's on this Stiefel dossier.
If you could, please.
Well, we have John Kelly at 8:15.
Nice.
That's about it.
Well, there's some Yoff talk.
A lot of Yoff talk.
Cardinals Corner.
Yeah. I mean, they're your mainstays. The design, air, heating, cooling email today.
Doug, that'll happen at 10:55. It didn't
Okay.
happen yesterday.
No, maybe we should do 2 of them. We might have to based on the schedule.
We get
So you're
assigned
telling
2
me we've
points.
got time to discuss Scott Baio. I always got those two mixed up. Ralph, is it Macchio? Macchio? Why do I want to say Macchio?
I think it's Macchio, isn't
It
it?
is Ralph Macchio.
Ralph
yes.
Macchio. I got him and Scott Baio often. Do they kind of look alike?
Joni loves Chachi.
You can call in regarding these hot topics at
Okay.
314-974-0101. The Callier and Thompson phone lines welcome you to participate. And, of course, text in 314-399-9646. And then you get the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends like John Scores, Hot Shot Hit Foul is talking about Artie Lang's Beer League. And John Scores says Roman Polak's wrench, yes.
Gosh, we're really struggling, aren't we? After the loss, we're really struggling to hold it together.
Don't open that door.
Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Ken Hitchcock said, do not open the Roman Polak door. Was you know what? I was texting with friends of the Feather yesterday, Doug. Even phone calls.
Oh, really?
And it turns out my sentiment of, I'm not doing well, was shared by many throughout the Gateway City, the Gateway to the West, the Mound City, as you call it.
Well, I also think about the millions of dollars lost, not just for the Blues, but for 2, maybe 3 more home games. The restaurants and bars that won't be packed, the people that would have been working at Enterprise Center won't have those nights of work. There's really a huge effect, huge economic effect, too.
But we'll rally around Jose
Barrio?
Barrio?
Yeah. Boy, he had a big night, didn't he?
I said to Doug before the game, because the game is being replayed, I said,
You
Doug,
guys were at the ball yard?
no, but it's being replayed over here, and I said, Doug,
You're talking about before the game this morning.
Before the show, I apologize.
it.
Before the show, I said to Doug, wow, you're so into the Cardinals, you're re-watching a Monday
film.
night game against Pittsburgh. He said, I got to tell you, I couldn't even watch it last night. And I said, oh, no.
Well, many in the area chose not to watch it as well. We were setting the over-under in the pre-show meeting of how many Cardinal fans were at Busch Stadium last night. I set the over-under, what did I say, 8,500? Yeah. Martin, you were assessing
I said like
9.
10-ish, yeah. Maybe if we had to set an over-under, I'd go 9.5.
I'll go 9,501.
God, this guy. Now, announced, I think it was 22, but that's what they sold.
Yeah.
I guess you guys can do Mount Rushmores for the next 6 months. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
We could do that. We could do that. Mount Rushmore of Jose's.
Oh, I like that. Canseco.
Jose Barrero. Which is it?
It's Barrero.
Barrero.
John Scores Larry Nickel conspiracy is going on in the YouTube chat that Larry Nickel probably will, he says, don't count on Larry being on today. Jackson, you continue to keep Larry Nickel off the air. Why?
Oh, come on.
Oh, man. Where to begin?
Don't we need him today?
I always love hearing from Nixie.
And we've got a big wrestling event coming to St. Louis. Or it just happened. One of the two.
It'll be here this weekend. That would be Backlash.
Backlash.
Are you going, Kurt?
I'll be out of town. I'm leaving for Boston tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
Shipping up to Boston.
I didn't read the text on Friday because I thought it was hurtful. It said that Kurt might be a serial killer. Traveling out of town alone, they said, and going to sporting events.
Now, for those not watching on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, you air quoted that.
And so, Kurt, I didn't
Did
want
you
to
go out of town this weekend?
No.
So where did this come from?
He was threatening to go to Winnipeg.
Oh.
Or not threatening, but I guess you just tossed it out there what it would cost.
You were going to go to Winnipeg?
I looked into it. The tickets were relatively inexpensive on the secondary market, and I looked at the driving distance and time. It looked like it would clock in around 15, 16 hours. But I could have gotten the building for less than $200. If it would have been on a Saturday night, I probably would have considered it.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you would have just gone Han Solo.
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
Following my boy Alex's footsteps.
That's right.
Well, it's nice to have that kind of confidence.
Yeah.
That you would go up there, alone and know that you're going to be alone the whole time and that you could handle. A lot of people wouldn't have any interest at all in going alone.
Well, you make friends,
Make
Doug.
friends along the way.
Yeah.
I always find it easier to travel with other people so that you're not always the one who has to make every single decision about where you're supposed to go and where do I get my luggage and where do I stand in
See,
line. How do I get a car?
I've grown to like to travel alone because then I don't have to accommodate anybody else's schedule or what they want to do. It's all about me.
But, Doug, when you take a 3-week vacation, where would you go?
I never took a 3-week vacation.
Well, that's not what Savard
No,
said.
well, he was wrong.
Known liar, Steve Savard.
It was fake news is what that was.
Can you imagine that 16-hour drive home after that heartbreaking loss? Leaving Winnipeg around 10:30, driving through the night.
How much can it possibly cost to fly there? He said, crowdsourcing.
That's short notice. I was told it was like $1,700.
Oh, gosh. And so you wisely decided not to go.
Yeah.
Rusty Pecker's not happy with you, Martin. I didn't read this text last week because I thought it would be hurtful, so I'll just say it now. Nice, Martin. Real nice, you bobblehead. That's from Rusty Pecker. Bobblehead is an insult, I guess.
God. Bobblehead.
Bobblehead is an insult.
Well,
I heard that term
Kurt
used
mentioned he would be out of town, and it reminded me that we were just kind of plowing through on Friday. The three of us warriors over here doing radio, and
Like our lives were in danger or something.
yeah, I didn't want to. Kurt was handling a lot. Jackson was in the Zarks, and so I thought it wasn't the time to kind of throw out the old serial killer line.
Martin, you have my permission to rip me at any time.
Oh,
How
thank
about
you.
that? There you go. Don't worry, Kurt. I did a lot of stuff alone when I couldn't get laid, too. That's from Nate in Tallahassee, Doug.
here it
And he has
comes.
not been happy with the program for years.
Get in line.
You don't know that I'm celibate, Nate.
How about that? Clip that off. You are welcome to send your insults in to us at 314-399-9646. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Your Larry Nickel conspiracy theories are welcome in there. Jackson just doffed his cap.
Oh, no. That's an itch.
Oh, you weren't doffing?
That wasn't a doff? It was a perfectly
Doff my
timed doff.
No, I didn't know. Was not my intention.
What's the hat you're wearing there, bro?
It's a Challengers hat. It's my Challengers hat. New Rochelle Challengers. It was a
is that?
tennis tournament in the movie Challengers.
We're just supposed to know that? You
Isn't
said
that the
like,
one with the
of course.
MMF?
Yeah. Yeah.
Doug?
Yeah, it's a tennis-based.
MMF.
It's a
Group
new
sex.
movie just out?
Came out last year, yeah. Luca Guadagnino.
Don't ever say that to me again.
Did you get that Pirates hat yet?
No, waiting on it.
After the series?
Just kind of feeling it out. It takes me a while to buy a hat. I can't just buy a hat online. I got to see how it looks on my head. You know what I'm saying?
But you did kind of throw that Challenger back at us as if
Like
we would
we were
know.
supposed to know. You're right, Matt.
It's my Challenger hat. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I think
from the
I've-
movie.
I think
How many
I've been
people have
asked
hats
if-
that are based on a movie?
I think I've been asked about it before. That's why I said it's saying it like you should know.
Okay.
Only because I wouldn't expect you guys to know everything about it.
Okay.
But you should watch it. It's a cool movie.
But there's an MMF.
More of just like erotic tension.
Oh,
I feel that this show has been based on erotic tension since 2004.
Is that name taken?
Well, I think it resonates. No.
Yeah, somebody can get it right now
Erotic
because Jackson
tension.
through Friday will update. If you have a 636 or 314-573, any area code without a name saved in the text inbox, up until Friday, Jackson will update it. I'm looking at the names that are right in front of me on the monitor right now. Plumber, Warson Woods Wacko, Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy, Scissor Me Timbers, Patrick at Immaculata, Jackie Scissors. Then you get to a 314, but then you got Eric in the Central West End, recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, Nate in Tallahassee, Sharon's Pool Boy. Point being, Doug, now it's about 80% of the texters into the program have a name saved. You can have a name saved, but you got, well, how do they get your attention? Little Jackie Papers.
Oh, you just text in your the name you'd like.
Yeah, but how are you going to know that, like, if somebody just texts in, hey, I want erotic tension?
Yeah, that's and if they're the first person to ask, it's yours. If you changed your text name last month, like give it one more month.
Sounds like we have a new policy being.
Well, it's just dumb to change it every single month.
like how many people are doing this? Is it just a handful? A lot? Like dozens?
But you refuse to change it for Harrison's brother master, Mr. Siders, because you want to know when they text in because you dislike them oh so much.
Yeah, well, they're on the list.
Martin's got a list. Jackson's got a list. There's a Venn diagram, a little overlap on that list.
You can't let them change identities on you.
But
you
if
know.
people really wanted to mess with Jackson, then like thousands of people today would all submit for a new name. It would just be Harrison's brother Master Point 2. They would all just change it just so you had to stay busy typing.
You really do need to have a policy, Jackson. I mean, if there's just a phone number saved, then that's probably the best route to go, I would say.
Yeah, I mean,
Once you got a name, that's your name.
it's super easy. Yeah, I would say like I'll allow one name change, but how the hell am I going to keep track
exactly
of that?
right. We got to be pragmatic about the application of this rule of law.
No doubt, no doubt. I'm just, you know what? I'm just going to plug away today, and then we'll figure out the rest
Sounds like
later.
There will be no rules. We will have anarchy in the Air Comfort Service text box, and that means Harrison's brother Master will be changing. So will Mr. Siders. I don't know, Martin, about your guy Kwame Voyukas IV, but he could be changed, and you'll never know who he was because it'll be changed.
No,
in the
I can
text
tell.
inbox.
There's a tone. I can tell. Body work.
I'm starting to think perhaps this is a waste of time.
Whoa. Wow. How many years in are you, Doug?
Are you talking about the show in general or Jackson's task?
Well, the text names.
It is nice to have names, you know, because if you get your text name read, you feel like you're a part of the family, and you are. And so I want people to have that feeling, but also, you know.
But if you're putting
At
in a
what
phony
cost?
name, nobody's going to know that it's your text being read. That's why people like Sharon and Clayton have become such stars.
Star of the Real Housewives
Right.
of TMA.
I mean, I tip my cap, doff it, and this time intentionally, when folks use their real name, but I don't
How
expect
often does that happen?
precisely. So
So then that means you're not doffing.
seldom doff.
Is the horny hubby a safe name? But if not, I sure would love it. Thanks. That's from the 314. There you go.
All yours, Double H.
My pool boy is texting in. Tell him to keep an eye on the water level with the drought conditions. That biatch gets low fast. That's from Sharon and Clayton. And apparently she's not happy with her pool boy. These are the kinds of storylines you will have on Real Housewives of TMA.
I would imagine she'd have 3 or 4 pool boys for all of her various mansions spread out around the country.
That's right.
Okay. Well, let's just spend the next 4 hours changing names on the text line.
Longtime listener, first-time name changer. Can I change my text name to Joey Vitale's Wounded Bird? That's from the unknown DJ.
A lot of Vitali. We got Joey Vitale's face dong. But yeah, whatever.
Martin Kwame Voyukas IV, who's on your Mount Rushmore of least favorite texters, says, change my name to Kwame Voyukas V, please and thanks.
I think it's a way to terrorize Jackson. You just take your name and add an S, maybe an apostrophe, maybe an umlaut on top of it.
Oh, Tom Newton, Doug. Number 61?
Yeah,
Tim
why
number
did he
62?
deserve the umlaut? And why doesn't everyone from Germany get an umlaut over their U?
Sharon, you seriously don't have an autofill feature on your pool? Hashtag poor. That's from Jonathan Mardukas.
Oh, is it?
I thought that was going to be a Mr. Licks vehicle.
I did too.
Licks is waiting. He's lying in wait. Real Housewives of TMA, you can apply by texting in and letting us know you want to be at Doug's audition. And when is that? I know it's taking place at Brio. You got the patio out there? Is that what you're going to do?
If the weather holds, sure. If not, we'll find a spot on the veranda.
Well, the good news is the forecast is glorious. I mean, have we turned the corner? I've got nothing but highs in the low to mid 70s through next Tuesday, and then a high in the 80s on Wednesday. And Doug, sunshine on my shoulders. How do you do? Only one day with precipitation in the forecast. Now, this is according to the iPhone. Hell, it could be wrong. I've been told by real weather nerds that the iPhone forecast is one of the least accurate you're going to find in the weather community. Martin, the chief meteorologist over at the
Clint
2 Fox
Zimmerman.
does he ever say, hey, don't pay attention to that iPhone app weather forecast?
I don't know that I've ever asked. I often walk in the studio, and he's just done 10 hits.
Nice.
But I wasn't watching, and I said, hey, is it going to rain tomorrow? He's like, thanks. Just did 10 straight minutes of weather. I will ask, is the iPhone...
Well, they must get it from some source that's reputable. They wouldn't just hire some schlepper, some Shishawali weather schlepper.
Is that taken?
Who wants to be the Shishawali weather?
I think the whole job of meteorology is you interpret the national forecast and kind of localize it.
It's an inexact science.
You ever do weather, Doug?
No.
I did the weather one time.
Oh, yeah, come to think, I did once in Rochester, Minnesota, when I was like the only one left in the
Somebody
building.
had to do it.
It was really ugly.
Yeah, just a lot of ugly
I had no
graphics
idea,
on the screen.
Yeah, no idea what to say.
Hey, guys, who is the texter that you've met in person that surprised you in terms of them not being like their on-air persona? Thanks. That's from the 616. Doug, where is the 616? Is that Louisville?
I
do you
just
say
don't
Louisville
know.
or do you say Louisville?
I say Louisville.
Whoa. Yankee.
Deke Dotem seems like a solid answer on that one.
Deke Dotem's a great answer.
I mean, it's like chalk, but it is.
Doug, you consider the answer Deke Dotem like chalk?
And the question is, which texter is not like his texting persona?
His or
We
her.
say his, but
Yeah.
it should be his or her.
Okay.
You meet him and they're a normal, salt-of-the-earth fella.
I got to tell you, I've met Mr. Siders. He was with a wife, and he was a delight.
Beard situation?
I can't speak to that, you know,
Okay.
and I don't kink shame. But he was a delight. But he's very critical of Jackson's open club face and his distance with the 7-iron during this program and other issues with the show. But he's a delight.
Okay.
I met Ray King at the Christmas party. I enjoyed Ray King.
Yeah, and it turns out that guy that he's kissing, who's a little overweight with a beard at the Blues game, isn't actually his wife.
It's not.
Doug?
Well, maybe there's just some erotic tension in section 248.
It could be. It was a long, cold winter.
I hope I can't come off hornier in person. That's from caller Buzz, Doug, and he won the Listener of the Month in June 2023. So he's
Okay.
got great credibility.
That was from telling his tale of meeting up with the doctor and his wife at Busch Stadium,
That's
right?
actually, wow. I had forgotten about that, but yes, that is correct.
That's how he won it.
Yeah, I think that was an MMF. Is this a sports show or what?
Not really.
Cardinals are on a 3-game heater, and there's no mention. Hey, great job on KMOV last night, Doug. That's Dave, and he's on Mo Fallon.
Wasn't there.
Who was
there.
on
Is it embarrassing though, like when the hot girls like massaging your scalp and like you have all the dandruff everywhere?
Martin, did Charlie just come in and read like a script?
Is he AI generated at this point? We just have Charlie's voice, and Jackson types in a sentence he once read. We actually don't need Charlie. Charlie, you don't need to come in.
Boy, Jackson, you're getting a lot of text name requests today. Holy moly. 314-399-9646. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And, of course, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can participate in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's Design Air online at DesignAirService.com. Now is the time to get the air conditioning tended to and tuned up for the warm weather months. It looks like we are living in Southern California with this forecast over the next 10 days. Just glorious. But you know it's coming. You know it's going to get hot. Make sure your air conditioning is ready for it. You go to DesignAirService.com and get tuned up. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. We welcome you to become a client as well at Design Air Heating and Cooling, which is online at DesignAirService.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA. That's Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation, no upselling, first class Design Air Heating and Cooling, DesignAirService.com. Do you want to do it? Do you want... It's titled in the Stiefel dossier, Somber Yoff Talk. The boys on Spit and Chicklets went through it. I have it. My favorite podcast, when I see it in my list of podcasts, next to the Holly Randall podcast, depending on her guest that week, is Scott Van Pelt's. And I can't click on it because I know he and Stanford Steve are just going to sit there and talk about the Blues and Jets game. I cannot relive it at this moment, and I don't know if I will be able to. So if you want to hear Ryan Whitney and Biz Nasty go through it. But I don't know. I don't know if that's. I don't know where the people are. Let me ask here on the dais. Where are you boys?
I'm fine with listening.
You're fine with it?
Yeah, I'd like a little analysis, a little breakdown.
All right, fair enough. Well, that's what you're gonna get.
I'm not moving forward yet. I'm still not there.
No, I'm not either. That's what I'm saying. That's why I can't even listen to it. But I'll do it. If the dais wants it, we'll do it.
Yeah, let's get a little analysis.
All right, so that's coming your way next. It's called Somber Yoff Talk in Jackson's Stiefel Dossier. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Burritos, Totitos, the Doritos and Cheetos, Fritos, Mojitos, and the Senoritos, Flamillos and Trios with the jalapenos. Oh yeah. Tacos from Pacos with panchos, nachos, churros, rancheros, and some Canyoneiros. I'm out. Adios, amigos.
I like how you celebrate Cinco de Mayo outside of listening to the song.
This is about it. I just kind of had this on a continuous
There you
loop.
have it. Cinco de Mayo anthem. Best thing out there right now, no doubt about it.
Wait a minute, was that the end of the song, or was that a Jackaroo edit?
It was like one of those songs where you end on the last lyric, like all great songwriters do. Okay. They don't have any music to
That was
play
them,
them
not
out.
you.
Right.
Okay.
That song's been in our dossier. It's been in our
Seems like he had another inappropriate
Catalog?
use of the word dossier.
catalog possession
I
long
don't know if
before I ever
Stiefel would
joined.
like to sponsor that use of dossier. All right, it is Somber Yoff Talk. Doug in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Lex Luthor is not happy. I had hoped the Blues losing meant no more NHL talk. Disappointing that wasn't the case.
Oh. Get out of here, you bum.
You want to fight Lex Luthor?
I want him out. I want him out.
You're running the Real Housewives of TMA. You got too much on your plate.
We're not supposed to talk the blue. We're the blues station. We're in a town where everyone is caught up in the playoffs, and we're not supposed to talk about them. Get out of here, you bum.
I think in London somebody's getting you. That's enough Wimbledon, eh? No more Wimbledon talk. Well,
Is there sports talk radio in Britain?
that's actually a great question.
Has to be.
You think so?
Has to
And
be.
it's just
That guy
all
who owned Burger King.
A lot of
lived
soccer
over
talk.
there.
football all the
A
time.
lot of soccer talk.
Sports talk.
I guarantee they talk a little.
RadioUK.co.
Oh, is that
Talk
right?
Sport
I
Radio.
wouldn't mind hearing some of that.
They take calls from Take Smiths. They got incels.
I don't know if they have like a
This
WFAN
is
kind of
Nate
culture
in
over there.
Newcastle. Go ahead, Nate.
All right, Jackson, what do you got here for this Yoff Talk? It's Doug. It's called Somber Yoff Talk.
Okay.
I am not ready for it, but the dais voted on it, and therefore, because it's a democracy, we proceed with Somber Yoff Talk. It's going to put me in a dark place. This is the metaphorical winter of our discontent.
This is from Spittin' Chicklets. This is Biz and Ryan Whitney breaking down the 6-on-5 debacle that it was for the Blues and some of the things, the opportunities they missed in those final 2 minutes.
Well, okay.
You talked about the way that they close out games. Like, they had a hard time 6-on-5 the whole year. That was one of their Achilles heels, and you saw them allow 2 goals. The first one that made it 3-2, like, I was shocked because Schenner gets it like by the goal line in the defensive zone, and we're taught, especially when you're on your backhand and you don't know because you got your back to the play and you're scrambling and most of your guys are tired, you can't just throw that up the wall on your backhand. You just eat the puck along the wall. You grind away clock. You allow your guys to also get in a better position considering you were scrambling right before that. And then it happened right before their third goal as well, up the wall.
Buchnevich. Why did Buchnevich ice that?
That was a
time.
Hey,
That was a
Gary,
brutal
I
play.
said, oh my God, skate, like move your
He had
feet, no one's
time.
near
He
you.
had time and space.
But not even that. There was already an F1 in the neutral zone. If he would have just punted it to the other side of the ice, you create the 50-50 battle. If you got guys who need to change, you can do so. So it wasn't even an issue of skating. He had 75% of the rink to just put it into an area, let your guy go be the F1, and then create a neutral zone forecheck where they're going to have to regroup, dump it in, and then hopefully get a retrieval. And there were so many positives for the St. Louis Blues team. It must suck. And just like the Colorado Avalanche, they're sitting there on the plane ride home being like, we had this game in the palm
Even
of our
more
hands.
so, I think.
More so.
Okay, now I'm getting depressed again.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I agree with both assessments. The team, if the series were a boxing match, Doug, both the Dallas-Colorado series and the Winnipeg and Blues series, the two teams that would be playing tomorrow night would be the Blues and Avalanche. But guess what? It's not a boxing match.
No, it isn't at all.
Because from a scoring standpoint, the Blues and the Avalanche both outplayed the opposition. But guess what? They're not playing tomorrow night, Jack. They're not playing at all, brother.
Okay.
If you look at that play, and Strickland was on TV with me last night, and I said, what could Booch have done? Other than skate, he said you can also do a soft dump, which sounds like a texter to this show, but he said you just don't fire it down. Either you skate it down there, maybe pass it to Thomas. And looking back, I do want to watch, as hard as it is, I want to watch the last few minutes of the game. I enjoy a good analysis there. What could they have done? It was 13, Curb said it yesterday, 13 goals given up, 6 on 5. You think about how many games. Think about how many games you're not even in. So take those 30 games you're going to lose. So it happens 50 times, and you give up 13. It's got to be structure, and it cost them. And some of that's individual, right? He's talking about the play Shen could have made, which Buchnevich could have made, but I guess it didn't help. But I still wanted to hear it.
Oh, God, are we going to talk about the Blues all week? You're going to cry about them all week? We had 2 incredible NBA playoff games last night, and you guys want to feel sorry for yourselves over the Blues? That's from the Lord, the Raider, Greg. Doug,
Okay,
2
go on.
Gs.
Get on out of here, you bum. We're going to talk more Blues. I think part of the problem was probably just plain old fatigue. Fatigue makes the mind grow weary. And I expect Buchnevich and Shen both have been out there a while. They both played 30 minutes or more. They're just tired, and they do things that maybe they wouldn't otherwise do. That's all I could think. I'm sure they know what play they should have made now, looking back on it. But when you're out there in the chaos of battle and you're fighting and skating and working and out of breath, it's harder to make the right decision. But you have to be able to make the right decisions.
People make
to win
mistakes,
games like
Doug.
that.
People make mistakes.
Yeah.
It's true.
All right, Papers, what's your next one?
Ryan Whitney, co-host of Spin Chicklets, on Pardon My Take, talking about if there was a possibility that they were going to pull Hellebuck in Game 7. Think about that. 1 second.
Hit the lever, please, Pale.
No doubt.
Okay, hit it now. You set it up.
Had nothing in that first period, completely turned it on, and I feel bad for the Blues players in a way. Like that, they had that thing, and to pull the goalie and get 2 goals, getting 1, that happens, but to get 2, I'm still kind of like all over the map. Boys, my brain is.
I have a question about Hellebuck. Do you think there was any chance they were going to maybe pull him in that first period again?
Oh man, I was kind of 50-50 after the second goal. Because the first goal was like this 2-on-1 weird play, and he's kind of like desperate to get over. Parayko passes it back, and so it wasn't really on him. But then the second one, it's like, I don't know. I feel like you got to save that shot. I don't think it was deflected, but credit to Scott Arniel. I mean, Biz was ranting from the rooftops about starting Comrie in Game 5 after the madness of Game 3 and 4 in St. Louis, but starts him, gets the win, but then goes back, gets pulled again in St. Louis, and you knew he was starting, but what will probably be the MVP of the league. I think he might win MVP. Forget the Vezina. He's got that locked up. And then what's crazy about that game is he really he found his game when they got to overtime.
Yeah, he was a lot better in overtime. I noticed one thing on that second shot that beat him. When you see Bennington line up to take a shot, he holds his glove hand straight up about shoulder high. And on that one, the goal that beat Hellebuck, he had his glove hand down low, like below his waist. And maybe that's why they always shot high on him, because he holds his glove a little bit different than so many of the other goalies do.
I'm just a dainty little thing who's curious and heartbroken over the Blues. Will somebody with a size 34 waist or less please console me by appointment only? That's from the self-made stay-at-home mom. And there's a picture of the campus of MICDS included in the text.
And it must be a size 34
or less. That's going to be slim pickings in this particular.
Yeah, in this town?
You're barking up the wrong tree here.
She said Maypole. It says Maypole season of MICDS. They don't do the Maypole at MICDS.
Doug, you know that.
But it's high society there.
Fair.
Guys, I tried watching the Leafs game last night, and I couldn't do it. Just seeing hockey on the telly brought the sinking feeling back. I'm not ready yet. That's from Stepdad Gary. Yep, okay. Leafs and Panthers last night, I couldn't do it. Am I proud of this? I am not. Am I embarrassed by it? Yes.
Are you?
I am horrified by it. I was checking my score app to see when they scheduled the Jets and Stars, because I was always kind of curious if the Blues would get underway on Tuesday night or Wednesday night. They'll be playing tomorrow, and I saw it, and it made me ill. And, Doug, I'm I'm embarrassed to tell you, but I got to be honest with you.
Okay.
So the lesson there is we'll never complain about a late start again because you're in it.
Yeah.
You know?
And they do have the quote-unquote 8:30 start, so 8:51 start in Winnipeg tomorrow night.
Looks like St. Louis and Joseph Wall will be tending the net for Toronto here for a while, maybe.
That's right. That's
Anthony
in the Stiefel
Solars.
dossier. Look at you setting up the Stiefel dossier.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
That's less than somber Yoff
Sounds
talk.
like Doug didn't see the Stiefel dossier.
No, I used to get a paper handout. I don't get it anymore, and I don't see it on the email.
Libby Jack is sort of silently going green on us, Doug. We used to have a stack of paper here.
What is the reason that Doug doesn't get a printout now of the Stiefel dossier, Jackson?
Printer's not working. The printer I use.
Is there another one that you could try and use?
I could, but I'd have to it'd be a whole thing, whereas Doug has a computer directly in front of him, and the dossier changes.
But I don't get it on email. Is it supposed
the
to go
email
on
that I
fluid?
sent? Well, I sent you an email. It's still there. Like that email I sent you is good
from
forever.
October. I have the
But
one
then
from
I
October.
resent another one. And again, I'm trying to go green. You know what?
I got to go
trying
back to October to get the...
I sent
Man,
one to
this
you.
system.
Just
I sent
search
one
the
to
word
you,
dossier in your email, Doug.
Doug, it works. Believe it or not, it works. And in segment
dossier.
8-2, Tim, to look forward, tease ahead, continental Yoff talk. Continental
Well, we're
Yoff
going,
talk.
yeah, staying in the continent, but away from local.
It looks like
10-1 I may miss out on is uniform corner.
Ah, yeah.
I haven't
I'm just
received the
teasing ahead,
dossier
pal.
since
It's
May
gonna be a good
1st.
one.
Oh, I'm hopping mad, fellas.
All right, I'll send it again.
Well, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is even more angry. Are you serious, Jackson? Yes, they do. You're no Ledoux boy. Is anyone going to hold Jackson accountable for his MICDS maypole take? It's from the self-made
Well, I'm not mistaken. It's a religious ceremony, and MICDS is not a religious school.
You're riding high after the Man Rocket win on Monday.
Yeah, that was a big win for you.
I
Are
went
you
to
gonna
high
parlay
school.
this
The
one?
maypole is a religious ceremony?
I thought.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is not in agreement.
Well, we didn't do
I
that
don't know if you
Ledoux.
want to go up against her right now. I think
This would be a good time for her to call in so we could hear from her. Don't you agree, Doug?
I think so.
I think she should call in.
314-974-0101 is how she can call in, and Doug Jackson and her can work out this MICDS maypole argument that is going on. Young team, young mistakes. We still took the top team in the league to the brink, and it took a lot of luck, and our Blues shooting themselves in the foot multiple times. Hurts now, but very excited to see a very dominant Blues team next year. That's from the 573.
Give him the Slurpee, Joe. Give him the Slurpee.
Yeah.
That's in reference to Joe Strauss handing out Slurpees when people would give positive talk after a loss.
Yes, but we've lost Jackson to all the clerical duties today, so we won't have a multitude of drops. That's the reality.
This alliance is a version.
Well, no, I miss it. Jackie, come back.
Give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. The Slurpee is the participation trophy, I guess, for the media types.
Guys, what's going to hurt worse is when the Jets sweep the Stars, beat the Oilers, and make it to the Stanley Cup Finals. Sincerely, Olaf Melberg's beard.
Yeah, that would hurt. That would sting a little bit. But whoever wins now, it's still going to sting because we thought the Blues had a chance to advance. When you look at the Blues roster, we didn't think, oh, but this is a Stanley Cup champion. But then the way they played the last month, 2 months, yeah, they could have beaten anybody, I think.
Yeah, I can't underestimate them because they kept surprising me when it didn't look like they would have any reason to be in the mix. And look what they did. Parayko, Holloway. You think we'll get the injury news today, Martin?
I think so. I think Holloway, the extent of it, he was never going to return.
Right.
I'm like, oh, okay. Robert Thomas, what really was wrong? What was the issue? And how limited were you?
You think we'll hear something on 25?
Yeah, I don't know if he was. I mean, I think he may have just been rattled and knocked around, but you're right. Specifically, he had a torn labrum, played through it, and you're like, oh, God, now I feel bad about all those texts I sent. That's a good one.
Yeah, 25. Is there anything scheduled today?
11:30. Army, Monty players. So I don't know if they're doing an open room or if they're just parading guys through. But Army and Monty talking for sure. Players available. This is the locker cleanup. One of the more somber traditions of sports media.
Remember the time when Armstrong said when you get a head like that, you got to jab a knife in the guy's eye or something? I wonder if we'll get one of those speeches again.
They did have a brief cutaway of Armstrong and Al McInnes. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know if that was on the... I feel like it was on the FanDuel broadcast. I know I've seen it right after that goal. It was, I mean, we're talking about like a second. And just the look. And there was the one, maybe it was 2018 when the Blues were on the verge of going to the playoffs and they gave up a late goal and Armstrong like got up and was raging in the suite. And hey, I understand it. I'm sure plenty of people were raging in St. Louis on Sunday night.
Well, maybe he'll punch a reporter today.
Well, I don't think he'll do that.
Well, then we'd have something to talk about.
The only maypole stay-at-home Ledoux mom has seen was the one at Villa where she cleans up the trash after the students and families leave. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. It sounds like he is sideways now with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, which I guess makes him in an alliance with Sharon and Clayton, Sanibel, Maui, and Michigan.
Okay. I just wish we could all get along. Doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Feels like the text line's turning a little more hostile as we sit here.
Who'd have thought we'd all be so upset by maypoles?
And if you're the stay-at-home Ledoux mom, you probably have time to call in. So she
makes sense.
I don't know what she's doing.
How about this from the Maryland Heights meat massager? What gets, and this is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 224 friends have gathered to watch the presentation and talk it over. What gets my dauber down is not that they lost, but that they had a chance to destroy a franchise and they didn't do it. The Jets need to lose in round 2 because they are hot now and could win the baby. That's from the Maryland Heights meat massager.
He wanted them to destroy a franchise. That seems a little drastic. I'm not certain that the entire Winnipeg franchise would have crumbled and moved immediately had they lost that game.
I got to tell you, after the Phillies loss in the NLDS in 2011 and Ryan Howard blew out the Achilles, they didn't get back to the playoffs for more than a decade. And they were the dominant team. Remember how the Cardinals were heavy underdogs, and they lose that series, and the Phillies just weren't heard from for years.
So the next time the Phillies were in the playoffs, was that 22 series against the Cardinals? Was it really?
I believe that is correct. That's probably something I should look up.
Well, I'm crowdsourcing here, but I guess in a way you brought it up, so I don't know if that's really crowdsourcing.
I've used that as a reference point before.
Because the 2011 Phillies, I think, were the best team the Cardinals beat in the playoffs in the 21st century. And
who else they have? Chase Utley was on that team, right?
Well, it was the rotation. The rotation was ridiculous. You had Halliday, Cliff Lee, Cole Hamels. I mean, Roy Oswalt wasn't the Roy Oswalt.
Robin Roberts, was he still on?
Stadium. I think Robin Roberts dressed up as a squirrel and ran in front of Skip Schumacher when he was up.
Carlton, of course.
Yeah, the blue uniforms. That they brought them all out. Martin, your crowdsourcing?
Yeah, they missed the playoffs after 11 until 22.
Where they got vengeance on the Cardinals.
It's kind of a interesting comparison when you look at the Cardinals, a team that consistently makes the playoffs, maybe never, I shouldn't say never, but doesn't get to the highest high, but doesn't have a bunch of down years, 10 years without making the playoffs. And you look at the Phillies now, who are super contenders, but had to go through a 10-year respite of playoff baseball, It's like the window always open with the Cardinals, whereas the Phillies certainly reset.
They had a losing record almost every year in that span as well. Best they were was 500.
And that Dave Dombrowski likes to spend money, Doug. He comes in, just starts spending money. It worked in Boston.
Yeah, they threw a ton of money at Bryce Harper.
Jim Bowden with a column in The Athletic yesterday saying that the Cardinals should trade Ryan Helsley to the Phillies now. Phillies and Dombrowski have been public, actually I think on Bowden's show, talking about how their weakness is the right side of the bullpen, and Dombrowski needs to tend to that. And he said the Cardinals would get more if they were to trade Helsley now to give the Phillies 2 additional months of use as opposed to sometime in July.
What would you want in return if you're the Cardinals? What sort of? I'm not saying what particular player, but what position or? Do you want a starting pitcher, maybe?
Building for the future, right? So you want somebody. You want somebody at the AAA level that's maybe knocking at the door.
I think a starter's right on, Doug.
Yeah, I think it's a starting pitcher.
Yeah. What are you going to do with another infielder?
Yeah, and you're getting old with Michaelis and Gray are starting to get up there.
No more thoughts from you, pal. You thought MICDS didn't have a maypole. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and it sounds like she is ready.
Have we gotten confirmation that they do? I guess it might not be a religious thing, so I apologize.
If they
for
do,
that,
it's going to be hard for you to get past this, I think. You may need some time away.
Probably be
I think it's just a celebration of spring is here, right? Isn't that how it started?
Fertility.
Yeah.
And yes, they do have one at MICDS.
Do they really?
Wow.
All right. I guess I'm sorry.
It's a tall, decorated pole traditionally erected for May Day celebrations and other festivals around which people dance and weave ribbons, a symbol of spring and fertility.
Let Heim talk to the Phillies. Get Mo far away from that deal. That's from the Pirates beat writer, who I guess is in town, Martin. And
he's texting in. Doesn't want to say his real name.
The Pirates beat writer is rooting for the Cardinals to make a good deal.
Yeah. Oh, they're still sideways between Western Pennsylvania and Eastern Pennsylvania, and the Pirates beat writer is expressing that. Guys, Rutherford said yesterday the Blues need to improve their defense. Would there be a situation where they could trade for Petro? That's Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson finds attractive but is not attracted to.
Yeah, correct.
I wouldn't think so. He's got to be 35 himself by now, isn't he?
He'll have another chance to get another chalice. Legit chance against the Oil.
So how does Army trade off some pieces here? You got to take a Justin Falk, shop him around a little bit. Nick Leddy, shop him around a little bit. They don't eat money. They always find a taker.
Think there's any chance 25 goes before the no trade clause kicks in?
I think there's a chance.
I do too.
I think that's, if you're behind closed doors and you're Doug Armstrong, you're looking at the roster and saying, how do we win in the playoffs? And now Strickland made this point to me. He said, if it's Cairo and we're playing Colorado, he said he's probably skating up and down the ice. He said against Winnipeg, in that type of series, he said he's not going to be the same factor he is in a different style. You just sort of, I think with Cairo, you have to accept what he is. He's a high-scoring player who's not going to be grinding it out for the puck. He's never going to muck and grind or be overly physical in the corner, and that's going to be frustrating. So I think the Blues have to decide, can you give up that many goals just because you're frustrated that he doesn't do the other things? I think it's being discussed for sure.
Wow.
I mean, I think the idea, I'm not saying they're about to trade him. I think everything's on the table.
Okay.
I think in the room you say, okay, can we trade this guy? What do you think? What can we get for him? What about improving on this line? I'm not saying it's an active conversation. I'm telling you that they're going to go through all these scenarios. I think they're always looking at who should we move? Nobody's untouchable. Okay. What can we do to improve our forwards?
But you would acknowledge, like, Snuggerud isn't.
Right. I don't think they're trying to, the particularly young guys that are just arriving. I think Cairo is probably somebody they look at and say, okay, can we win with him? I think that's a fair question they have to answer to themselves. I don't think he'll get traded, but I wouldn't rule it out.
25 has played his last game for the Note. They'll trade him for a guy named Brant Clark from L.A. That's from Harrison's brother, Master. Martin, you have him on the show sometimes to give you NHL reports?
Harrison's brother, Master, yes. We'll go live to Busch Stadium later, but first we've got Harrison's brother, Master. I'm going to write it down, though.
I don't think the Blues are far away right now. I mean, they may have been good enough this year, if it not for a couple of deflections with less than 2 minutes to go in Game 7. They're moving on. I don't think we can look at the roster and say, boy, they need a lot of help. Now, you're going to have to improve, of course. You're going to have to get younger defensively, I think. That's the problem. Because you've got Suter, who's 40, and Leddy is 35, 34. Parayko will be 32 next week. Cam Fowler is 33. You're going to have to find some young defensemen.
If you trade 25, Doug, it has to be a hockey trade. That's from the 618.
Of course it would be a hot. What do you think?
That's
it's going to
another
be a basketball trade?
No. A hockey trade, it has to. You can't trade for picks, cash, minor league players.
This text is going to upset Doug, Martin.
It does upset me. And sometimes if a player runs into the goalie, you say, well, was he making a hockey play? What other kind of play? Or in golf. Oh, that was a good golf shot. Of course it was a golf shot.
What about football move?
Stop this.
Football move.
I don't care for it.
What about a good piece of hitting? Nobody said anything about
that's
baseball.
Horrible. Hit a 3-run homer in the upper deck. Nobody says, boy, that's a nice piece of hitting. Get around late and hit one to the opposite field. What a great piece of hitting. Stop it.
Situational awareness, Doug.
Guy hits the first pitch into the gap for a 2-run triple. Nobody says, boy, that's a great at bat. A guy walks, oh, what a great at bat.
Sometimes they'll
Give me the triple.
Sometimes they say after you ground out after 8 pitches.
Great at bat. Because he looked at some balls.
Clip that up.
Stop it.
That will be in drops.
25 is about as useful as the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, and he has turned his attention from Mr. Licks to the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Doug, the audience is just, they're at each other's throats. That's what happens when the Blues give up 2 goals in the final 2 minutes of Game 7. They're not happy. Now, they hadn't been happy anyway, but now they're really not happy.
If you start talking about trading Cairo, remember he just scored 36 goals for you. He's the best goal scorer you've got on the team. That's an awful lot of offense to replace.
What if it was a hockey trade?
If it was a hockey trade, yeah, maybe.
So now you're on board.
Doggone it.
Colton Cairo and the old vet Fowler.
The old vet. Thank God they got Fowler.
Move of the year.
Forgot that Torrey Krug's still here.
He scored 30 or more 3 years in a row. So who are you going to get out there that's going to do that? Who else do they have on the team that
Doug,
can do
I'm
that?
not saying they're going to trade him. I'm saying you look at every scenario. How do you improve? How do you win? Because you know you're going to be playing mostly in this division. Some tough teams. What are you going to do?
I think you're going to improve by getting younger on defense.
Okay.
Cairo and Sternberg and a first for Brady Tkachuk. Make it happen, Army. That's from Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer.
Well, if you're talking about getting one of the superstars in the league, sure. And that's what Tkachuk is.
How fired up do you think people would be if Brady Tkachuk?
Oh, they'd love it.
This place would be up for snatch grabs.
Yeah, even if it cost a pretty penny.
Oh, yeah.
Well, in terms of capital.
In terms of players? In terms of, are you talking about a hockey trade?
Do a
Joe?
hockey trade. Capital sounds like he's doing a
little mo.
round of funding.
A little mo.
That would be outstanding.
Yeah, I don't know how much you'd want to give up. You'd probably have to give up a ton to get Matthew Tkachuk. You'd have to give up a ton of players.
Brady. I'm thinking about Brady.
Oh, Brady. Yeah.
Eric in the Central West End is really on board with Petrangelo. Petro for Cairo is a hockey trade.
It'd be a bad hockey trade. You're talking about a 35-year-old defenseman for your leading scorer. That would be a bad trade for the Blues.
Hey, Petro, you didn't want to play her before. Do you want to play her this time?
Mm-hmm.
Jackie, little Jackie Papers. Little Jackie Papers. Rascal Puff.
Cairo hasn't missed a game in 3 years. He's last missed a game in 2 years. He's played 82 games the last 2 seasons. That's what I'm trying to say. He hadn't missed a game in 2 years.
Stop with the Cairo campaign, Doug. He's soft as Charmin and always will be. He needs to go. From Sharon and Clayton, and now she's sideways with the executive producer of The Real Housewives of TMA.
He scored 36 goals for you. He's not the hard-nosed guy who's going to throw his body around. That's Walker. That's Tucker. You got guys like that. Those guys aren't scoring 36 goals. You can have both. You need a sniper. You need some snipers. And that's what he is.
Warson Woods is a runoff area to the neighborhood you cannot afford, wacko. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And it sounds like self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is now on board with Mr. Licks, who wants to turn Warson Woods into a lake.
I kind of like the zip code wars that are going on here.
Well, the Webster and Connellville one is one of the more surprising ones.
I think we do have areas of our town we could probably flood and turn into a lake, and it would be for the better of everybody. I don't think Warson Woods is one of those places.
You saying that from an elevation standpoint or from a...
Oh, just lots of standpoints.
Yeah.
Well, this is from inside the room. Daddy Padre says, Doug, I think if you're going to deal him, it's now before his no trade clause kicks in. We've seen how that works out. Like Martin said, if you lose 35 goals but still get a guy who scores 25 to 30 but brings more elements than Cairo brings, I think you do it. That's from Dad. DBA Daddy Padre.
Dad.
He's pretty bold for being in the room, Doug.
Sure.
Says
He's
a
not
lot
in the room.
You sure?
Someone called Doug Pucker Carlson.
That was Arbor Day, your 2023 and 2024 Texter of the Year. You can send in your wide variety of insults. 314-399-9646. That is the Air Comfort Service text line. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Tiny Peepee's in there talking to Big Blonde Dan and Hot Shot Hit 5. foul. Doug, you like that? Hot shot, hit foul.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Yeah, that's a new name in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can get in there and talk it over with other listeners of TMA and watch the program. John Kelly is going to be with us coming up at 8:15. The program is called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN and on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win yesterday, defeating the Pittsburgh Pirates. Make that 3 in a row for the Redbirds. They will take on the Pirates again tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Matthew Liberatore toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And joining us right now in studio, Ed Hermann from Brown and Crouppen. Morning, Ed.
Good morning, everybody.
Ed, is there any lawsuit we could file against the Winnipeg Jets, how they've hurt our feelings and they've crushed our spirits?
I wish, but I don't think that there's any amount of money that could be awarded that would take away that pain.
Yeah.
That was crushing. I was just mentioning to you in the break that, I don't watch a lot of the games on TV. I actually watched that one from beginning to end. And, I never felt that confident with it until it was in the last 2 minutes. I guess 3-1. All right, they're already empty netting it. We're not in bad shape here. Mm-hmm. And then I went into prayer mode, just because you do that at the end. And you're doing the countdown. And then, man.
Yeah, we were counting down, too, at my house. We were 13, 12, 11. Oh, my God.
It was just, that's a sport gut punch. But like I was saying, I tried really hard to, put myself in the shoes of those Winnipeg fans and what it must have felt like on their side. And I hear you guys mentioned it was like Game 6 of the 2011 or David Freese moment, but on the other side.
That's correct.
We got that feeling of what it feels like to have it just stolen from you at the last instant. But that was the greatest game probably in their history. Sure. Those fans that were there, that watched it, they'll be talking about that game for
the rest of their lives. That's the truth. And so what one of our conversations was, and today I think we have a little more clarity, even though it's still recent history, that around here, and I'd be curious with you as a New York sports fan, in addition to being a St. Louis sports fan, I want to make that clear, but we truly, if you want to look at, because I said since 2000, Ed, has there been a moment where a St. Louis team, and I include Missouri and Illinois in there, as in the universities of, has been in a spot where they were on the verge of winning a championship or a series and then lost it, like what happened on Sunday night? Because we've been on the good end of it with Pujols and Lidge. Cardinals eventually lost that series. And then in 2011, of course, we know about Game 6. And then in 2012, the Cardinals were on the verge of losing to the Nationals. They were down 6 in the third inning, and while we were down 7-5, I think, going into the 9th of Game 5, and came back and won that. That was brutal for Nationals fans. But we hadn't been on the receiving end of it. And I think the one you got to go back to, even though it isn't 2000, you got to go back to 1985.
85, yeah. That was where my mind went.
That's it. What do you, maybe there's an obvious one that stands out to you?
There really isn't. I'm trying to think if there were anything with the Rams. I mean, there was the one game against the
Panthers. They were down 11 with 8 minutes left, so that wasn't a game where they had a lead.
That's true. It was just it was a gut punch ending. But yeah, no, I can't. Nothing else jumps to my mind.
What about in New York lore? I'm thinking like,
New York lore. I mean, we go back to the 2004 ALCS against the Red Sox.
Yeah.
I mean, we're about to sweep them.
And what up a run, and that's the famous Dave Roberts.
That was Dave Roberts gets on first, steals second, and Bill Miller is able to hit a base hit.
St. Louis
and ties it up. Yeah, he was a good, solid hitter, Bill Miller. And then, of course, extra innings, David Ortiz, the walk-off. And even that only made the series 3-1, but we all know what happened. They never lost again. They swept us after that, and then they came to the
How about Babe Ruth getting thrown out stealing in the 1926 World Series against the Cardinals? That breaks your heart.
That's a little bit before my time.
Have you seen the film of that?
Do they have film of that? Yes. I have not seen that.
Babe chugging around third?
No, he got thrown out trying to steal second to end the 1926 World Series.
Yeah, I don't know who gave him that green light.
I think he pretty much did whatever the hell he wanted to do.
Maybe he just wanted to go home.
It's possible. Maybe there might have been a beer on second base. We don't know what happened there.
But the Jets win one Super Bowl years ago. I know there's a lot of misery, but on the big stage, the Giants have won Super Bowls. I'm trying to think of you haven't had a lot of Buffalo Bills moments in New York.
No, technically the Buffalo's Bill moment was in New York. That was my team too. I was going to school in University of Buffalo. But actually in that year, the Scott Norwood year, I was still very much a Giant fan because I was from downstate. So that first year, I was kind of anti-Bills. But that town will win you over, and those guys at that time, that Bills team, even to this day, I mean, it was stacked with Hall of Famers.
Jim Kelly, Andre Reed, Thurman Thomas.
Bruce Smith. Bruce Smith, all of those guys.
And Cornelius Bennett.
Yeah. Darryl Taylor and James Lofton, and at least in the first year, Lofton was there. And then Steve Tasker, who's the most underrated player on that team and deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, and I think will be at some point. I think they had Don Beebe, too, as... Are
we going to sleep on Joe DeLamalure?
Darn good. And let me tell you that. And then Marv Levy is a Hall of Fame head coach.
Coached at WashU back in the day.
You know, is he still alive? I'm trying to remember.
Is he both?
I think.
Did Marv Levy pass away, or is he still alive? He's very old.
I think he's close to 100 years old.
Yeah, he's got to be near 100.
He's 99.
99 years old. See,
NYCD
is one of my people. I love that an old little Jewish guy is this little Hall of Fame, head coach in the NFL. He always looks so little, but the guy knew what he was doing. I mean, 4 straight Super Bowls, albeit losses. They just ran into some heavy-duty teams those years with the
He seemed like a great guy, too, Marv Levy.
There was nothing not to like about that team.
Yeah.
Honestly, top to bottom, it was a joy. So that first year I wasn't pulling for them, but then after that I was pulling for them. So what do we do now with hockey? Do we now pull for the Jets?
No, I do not think that is the vibe in St. Louis at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Where do we turn our attention to? Do we just turn it off now?
Here's the deal, man. So many, and I'm one of these people too, and I'm a little alarmed by it, how much I'm negatively impacted by it. I'm surprised, but being honest with the audience, I think a lot of people aren't in a position where they want to watch hockey right now because it's painful. And I fall into that category. I was planning on, certainly, I love these other series. The Leafs and Panthers with Matthew Tkachuk involved and Craig Berube coaching the Leafs. And didn't even want to mess with turning it on last night.
Do you turn your attention over to basketball?
I watch the NBA anyway.
Yeah, I mean now they're in. We're down to the final 8. There's some good series going on there. I mean, I think Knicks Celtics is going to be a lot of fun. I think the Celtics obviously heavily favored, but the Knicks I guess pulled it out last night. Mm-hmm. So now that all bets are off there, those are, 2 Northeast teams that are, you don't get to see a lot of New York, Boston in there. It's been a while since they seem to have had a series together that had this level of importance. So I guess you can turn to that.
Oh, I usually watch both the NBA playoffs and the Stanley Cup playoffs. And
you could turn over to the Cardinals, who are, if they could finish out the series with the Pirates, they'll be right back to 500.
The Cardinals can just get hot.
They are hot. Let's give them their due. Come on, guys.
They're only a game below or 2 games below 500.
Yeah. And am I wrong to say that they've already had swept 2 different doubleheaders this year?
Yes, within the last week.
Let me tell you, that is not easy sweeping a doubleheader, and to do it twice, and we're only not even 40 games into the year. I'm telling you, this team may turn out to be better than people are thinking they will be.
So, what kind of range would you put that on a win total?
Let me tell you, I think if they can finish. If they could finish with more wins this year than last year, I think everyone would consider that a huge success because they had a winning record last year, right? They were 82 wins,
83 and 79.
If
they could finish with 83 or more with this team, that's a successful season.
So here's the core issue that they have: nobody cares at the moment, and that is. And so,
I think the players care.
Well, I'm not debating any of that. I'm just saying it's alarming to me the level of lack of interest in the market at the moment.
Yeah, but
now it's coming off of a Blues team that didn't just start the playoffs a couple of weeks ago. That team captured St. Louis starting in mid-February. So the Cardinals never had the moment. Now it's clear for them. They have had a good week. I'll be curious to see this. I always kind of go to okay, when they have this game on Friday night, the Blues are playing. It's not a fair barometer. When the schedule is clear and if the team is lingering around 500 and school is out, will we then see people? Because last night, man, it looked like there were about 9,000 people in there.
Well, I think that the town was still hung over from the loss the previous day. And again, last night was a Monday night. Listen, I believe that fans in general, and I don't mean this as an insult to anybody, okay? This is human nature. You want to learn about fans, watch the WWE and watch how easy it is for people to turn their opinion on a person in an instant. There could be a wrestler that they've been cheering for 10 years, and they do a heel turn effectively, and that crowd knows on impulse. Now I hate this person. I don't know why. I loved them for 10 years. And now, because of one gesture, I now hate them. Same thing when they do a babyface turn, right? Is you've been hating them for 10 years. They do one decent act where they come in and break up some activity. And with that, the entire crowd, like a tidal wave, switches in an instant. And once you know that there's that part of human nature, and I don't know what accounts for it, It's just a very easily triggered emotional side. It wouldn't take much for the Cardinals to immediately win back everybody. It would just take a showing of heart, a showing of surprise or success, or somebody's doing something special, and man, people will come back in an instant, because you know that's what people want to do anyway, and they don't want to not like it. They don't want to not be into it. They want to get the juice back. Doesn't take much. Just put a little something in their tank, and they will run.
I think if you get a winning record and it's summertime, then people are, all right, let's go.
Yeah,
you can't be 6, 7, 8 games under 500.
On the plus side, there's not a ton of stuff to do here in St. Louis that's as much fun as going to a game. Well, what's more fun than going to a game?
Outsider.
You ever been to Six Flags?
Oh, let me tell you something. Six Flags is like hell.
Oh God!
That's
sales team just took a nosedive.
Why are they big advertisers?
Oh, I don't know anymore.
First of all, hey, let me tell you, a lot of people like hell. I am not one of them.
That's the copy for Six Flags.
Walk it back.
I can't walk it back on my own behalf, but I can remind people that other people may feel very differently about it. When my kids were young, they loved it. They didn't realize that they were standing in the middle of hell. Only me as the adult realized that this is it. I'm in the bottom of the pit. But no, I would say in St. Louis, best thing in St. Louis to do is go to the zoo. That's number,
it's right up there.
That's
We
number
love
one.
the zoo.
I think the zoo is the best. And
Grant's
after
Farms
that,
is okay.
Grant's Farm's lovely.
Yeah.
It's hard to go there multiple times because you're having the same experience over and over. You don't get a lot of different experiences.
You don't like riding the tram?
Yeah, of course. Who doesn't like riding the tram? I don't like waiting for the tram. I don't mind riding it, though.
Doug, you love a good petting zoo.
I don't mind it. Well,
that's why you installed one?
What else do you do in St. Louis if you're not into these other things that we have?
Ed wants you to go to the ball game.
To me, I think we have a great food scene. I mean, I can enjoy St. Louis very much, just going from restaurant to restaurant. And I did go to see Paul Simon at the Stiefel.
Oh, how was
we
he?
did get some good acts that come to town. You know, we get a lot of good ones in St. Louis. We get a lot of good stand-up comedians. Like anybody who's anybody will come through St. Louis, and I think we're helped by the fact that we got some new venues like the Factory out in Chesterfield.
Yeah,
they're getting a lot of good people. Like just in the next 6 months, the numbers you should get them on the show. A lot. I don't know how those things get booked, but you got so many big names coming in the next 6 months here in the stand-up comedy world. So, like, if you want a night out, it's a great place too. If people have not checked it out. Blue Strawberry. Have you been there in the Central West End?
I have not.
It's like sits about 100 people, and it's like I would call it a jazz club, but they get some pretty good acts. Usually just individual singers, and it's like you go there, you have dinner, and you watch them perform for like 2 hours. It's very intimate. So you want to talk about a great date night? If somebody's looking to do something nice for the gal in their life, or maybe for Mother's Day. Not today. You could take your mother, but you could take your wife if she has children.
So if Six Flags is sold out, go to Blue Strawberry.
Listen, I'm a weird guy. I'm older and differently cultured. I'm not saying better cultured. I'm saying differently cultured. The other thing that's a nice venue is the Sheldon. Another really intimate place. I don't know if you guys, it's right next to the Fox Theater.
Yeah, I've been
really
there.
intimate.
Mm-hmm. It's very old school. Kind of has our version of the Ryman Theaters and with the seating.
Yeah, but really great sound.
Yeah,
some of those places are just built with great sound in it. So I think we're really strong in that area. If you want like a nice little date night, we have a lot of things to do. But I mean, what could be better family wise than the zoo and then the Cardinal game?
There you go.
I can't think of a darn thing.
Paul Simon played back-to-back nights, I believe.
He did, yeah. I went the first night on purpose because I thought, he's like 83 years old. And I thought, I don't know if he's got a strong enough voice to get through one, let alone back-to-back nights. So I figured I'd get it when he was fresh.
So he played his new album in its entirety, and then the many of the
it was
songs.
interesting. Yeah, the first half, he did the new album in almost like it was a classical music piece with no breaks in between, like they were just different movements of the same piece. So he went through the entire thing. It was about 35 minutes, and it was nice. It was very mellow, and the crowd was into it because he explained what he was doing. So it didn't feel like when you're at a concert and they're playing all these big hits and then you got to hear 3 songs you never heard of and you're like, man, I wish somebody would have told me I would have gone to the bathroom, Like he told you right out of the gate, here's what this is we're going to do it like this. Mm-hmm. And then after his intermission, and he came back and he peppered in some hits, solo hits, Simon and Garfunkel hits, a couple of deep tracks for the more loyal fans. But he was great. I tell people this, any chance you have to go see a legend, even if they're past their prime, you're not going to get them in their full voice. But some point, you're going to look back at some of the people that you had the opportunity to see, and it's going to feel like you lived a more significant life because of the number of times that your path crossed paths with sort of these people that live these extraordinary existences. And so I saw Frank Sinatra at Scottrade it was Savis back then in 1997. And again, I'm catching him like a year or two away from death. He's got a teleprompter.
Was that the
on
name
there.
of the tour?
That was it. It was the a year or two away from death tour. No, it was actually called the I Need a Teleprompter because he had a big one on there and he needed it. I mean, listen, the guy was old. He was losing his mind.
Remember the words of the songs? Is it?
Yeah, he needed to remember the words of the songs. You know, remember, songs are repetitive. A lot of times.
I did it.
Yeah, somebody else. Whose way was it? It was mine. But let me tell you that. But his voice was still great. And now I still have this memory of taking my mom to see Frank Sinatra. Go see the legends, man. They come to town. Got to go see them.
What other legends have you seen?
Oh, I mean, I've gone to see Neil Diamond. I've seen Frankie Valli. Of course, legendary. I've seen Paul McCartney, Elton John, Billy Joel, Bruce Springsteen, Phil Collins, Don Henley, the Eagles, U2.
That's a good lineup.
I mean, I go to a lot of concerts. I think live entertainment, there's just nothing beats seeing something live, whether it's sports, a concert, a theater, a play, or a musical. You know, I was in New York and I went to 5 shows on 5 days.
I think that's when it hits you how good the people are when it's live. They're not in the studio redoing it 6 times to get it just right. They're out there one song after the next with no breaks.
No
and
safety
just
net.
Belting it out.
That's it. And, and sometimes they'll make mistakes, and you don't ever see the same show twice. You know, you go to live theater, and they're always trying stuff. Why wouldn't you? I mean, if you were doing a part, you don't want to become such a robot that you do it the exact same way every single time you say it. You want to play with it and see if a line gets a different reaction until you really lock it in. I don't know. It seems like that would have been fun.
And the venues are Stiefel. If you've never been, it's a great venue. Fox Theater, just go once or twice if you can.
I think the Stiefel has got the best. The Stiefel and the Symphony. Those buildings have the best acoustics of any of them. I love the Fox Theater visually. I think the acoustics in there are too echoey. Sometimes you can't really make out exactly what the people are saying. But at Stiefel, it's like they're saying it right into your ear. It is really unbelievable sound in that place.
Ed, stepdad Gary texting in. I agree with Ed. I have 2 huge regrets, and that's not going to see Prince or Tom Petty when they were here last. That's from stepdad Gary.
Yeah, think about that. I wish I had been old enough to have gotten to see Freddie Mercury perform, with Queen. I think that would have been an experience that I never would have forgotten. I think if Elvis had lived long enough for me to get to go see him, I think that would have been magical.
I saw the Baldnovers in Branson. I'm telling you, this one guy can pull his lower lip clear up over his nose.
Is that the Gumps? Yeah, that freaks you out, doesn't it? Those things freak you out. And they stick them all over the posters, and it makes me want to drive straight through. That's scary. I can't believe somebody sees one of those posters and thinks, I got to buy a ticket to that.
It helps when you have no teeth. I think that helps you pull the lip up.
It gives you the clearance. You need more clearance, the elasticity. It's really amazing. But, listen, there's something for everybody. I went to Branson and saw a show where a guy was using a real dog like a ventriloquist dummy. It had a little thing that they wrapped around the dog's face, and it made it look like the dog was talking. I watched the guy for 90 minutes. I was captivated. I hadn't seen that before.
Ed Hermann, Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222 with some good counsel on Doug seeing the legends while you still can.
But not so much Six Flags.
No, not so much Six Flags.
Unless you like hell. Unless you like it. Some people do.
That's where you can see what Bugs Bunny with some teenager inside of him.
Oh, sure.
Pulling the head off and smoking around back.
That's my favorite part is when they say, I'm going to go get the manager if there's an issue at the ride, and the manager is 16.
That's it. What's going on here, guys?
Ed Hermann, we always appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Take care. Have a good week.
You too, Ed Hermann of Brown and Crouppen with us here on TMA. John Kelly joining us on the other side of the break. This is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. We have a wonderful forecast here in the St. Louis area, and you're going to start spending more time outdoor in your outdoor living space. But have you thought about improving it? What about customizing it? You can do that with aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing. Full-on custom decks, really their specialty, but if you're interested in adding on a pergola, they can do it all, and you can see it at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. You can watch the show and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, and it's our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines as we wallow in our misery, John Kelly joining us this morning. John, how are you doing? And I don't mean that in a polite way. How are you really doing? Because many of us here on this dais are still not doing well.
Yeah, Tim, I got home from the flight around 2:30 in the morning and probably woke up a few times, and it was like, was that a nightmare or a bad dream? Did that really happen? And I sort of feel that way today. You wake up and did that really happen? And yeah, it's tough. Short term, there's no question it was one of the, if not the most devastating losses in Blues playoff history. To have a lead and have the Jets score 2 goals in the last 150 and then lose in double overtime of Game 7. It's right up there with one of the toughest losses ever in Blues history. But big picture, the Blues made great progress this year, and I'm really encouraged about the future of this team and what they can do down the road. But right now it certainly stings, and it's going to sting for a while.
Because it had been an issue all year, when they pulled the goalie, which I kept thinking they would do it even earlier, did you have any bad feeling like, boy, I hope that doesn't, because you go to every game, you're there, you've seen this play out before where it's been an issue. Did it creep into the back of your mind at all?
Not really. I mean, they pulled the goalie with, 3 minutes left and then scored the second goal, with 150 left. And you're thinking, okay, now it's going to get interesting here. But no, I didn't have negative thoughts like that. But you are right, Martin. It has been an issue all year long. I think that, Jeremy Rutherford reported they've allowed 13 goals this year, 6 on 5.
Yeah, most in the league.
Yeah, that's just a high number, obviously. And Jim Montgomery mentioned it after the game that that's something they need to certainly address. And, work on their coverage and things like that. It's just unacceptable. And I still can't believe the way that last goal unfolded. In a way that the Jets got lucky because the Ehlers fanned on the shot with about, 8 seconds left. And then it came back to him with like 6 seconds left. And then Kyle Connor, I still don't know why he was on the boards on the far side. You're totally out of the play at that point. And it comes to him, and he one-times it in front, and they tip it in. So the Jets did get lucky on the play, but the Blues at the same time have got to either prevent that pass from getting across to Connor or do a much better job on, coverage in front of the net. And they didn't do either, and the Jets converted, and then we saw what happened in overtime.
Have you watched it back? I want to, but I haven't yet.
I watched it back numerous times.
Okay.
And, prior to that, of course, the Blues had numerous chances to hit the empty net. And if they do, obviously the game is over. And, yeah, I watched it a lot. And so many things went wrong for the Blues. Some of them are their own doing. And so many things went right for the Jets, as I documented. So that kind of play probably wouldn't happen. It would probably happen once in 1,000 times, quite honestly, in any game. For all those things to take into effect, but it happened, and that's the way it goes, I guess.
I think the play that a number of Blues fans really circle, and you and Jamie Rivers talked about it right away, was Buchnevich when he had the opportunity, not skating it out of the zone and just firing it down to the other end of the ice, and what that could have. I mean, when something like this happens, of course, you go over it like the Zapruder film, but that was the one that, in the moment, and now, and the reason I cite that you and Rivers talked about it, the Jets hadn't tied the game at that point, so it wasn't like something, let's look back after the fact. I think that was something that in the moment, certainly you guys called attention to it, but other fans were like, I wonder what happened on that play. What is your analysis on that one, John?
Well, Tim, I agree. And, at the time, I believe Robert Thomas was up the ice as well. And, could Buchnevich have gotten to center ice and chipped it in, or perhaps gotten the puck to Robert if he was the player up there? Again, a lot of ifs and whats, right? I don't know. it's a tough situation, and the Blues obviously needed to perform better down the stretch, but just for whatever reason, a lot of things went wrong. So I think, though, big picture, Tim, and not just the Blues, but the trend now in the NHL, I'm going to say in the last 20 years, is when players get pucks and they're defending the 6-on-5 in the last minute, they ice the puck. Now, years ago, that was a cardinal sin. I don't think I need to tell longtime fans this, that you would just never do that, because then you're getting the face-off in your own zone. But that seems to be the trend as teams don't care that they ice the puck. And I'm not saying this because the Blues gave up the goal the other night and they gave up a lot this year. I don't agree with that philosophy. I think it's a lot smarter, if you can, to flip the puck out and not ice the puck. But again, every team does it, and quite honestly, I don't know why that trend has changed, but it has changed. And I think I see a lot more 6-on-5 goals than I ever did. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but that could be the reason why, because of that change in attitude.
John, as devastating as the loss was for us, I expect this might have been the biggest moment in Winnipeg sports history. What was that building like after they won that game?
Well, it was, what you heard. It was crazy, Doug, and insane. And I sort of thought about this yesterday. It was almost like the Jets' Monday Night Miracle. It really was. That game in St. Louis in '86, the Blues were down by 3 goals in the third period, and we know what happened on the Doug Wickenheiser goal. I think it's very similar. The big difference is the Wickenheiser goal came in round 3. And this one obviously did not. It came in round 1. So that's a huge difference. But, that obviously, they had never even hosted a Game 7 in their history, going back to the original Jets, who came into the league in 1979. So that was their first ever Game 7 on home ice, and they won the game in that fashion. So, I think that was their Sunday night miracle, so to speak. The game was on Sunday night, right? It's sort of a fog right now, right, honestly.
And what's the bus ride like with the Blues back to the airport and then the plane ride? Is anybody talking? Are the players over it at all, or is everybody just completely devastated?
Yeah, I think we have a separate bus going to the airport, and there wasn't a word, said. I think everyone's in shock for the first hour. And then, quite honestly, we're not with the players. We're in a separate area on the plane. But, in observing, they were acting normal and things. I'm sure they were still devastated and things like that. But no, they get over it. They're professionals. It was a game. It was a devastating loss, but you got to move on. And things were fairly normal, I guess, as far as I could see.
John, I feel like the bar moved for the fan base over the last couple of months from, if they could just get lucky and if they could just get in, to how well they played. I think the expectations went up. Do you think in the room they did as well? Instead of saying, this is a rebuilding year or we're retooling, I feel like everyone thought, hey, this team is good enough to make a run, and that made the disappointment even stronger. Do you think they felt that way?
Yeah, I think big picture, the fans going into the playoffs certainly had to be excited about the prospects of this team. They went 19-4-3 down the stretch, the best record in hockey. And you take on the number 1 team in the league, and you get to a Game 7, and you have the game basically won, and you don't. Now, what would have happened had they won the game and played Dallas? Obviously, Dallas is a great team. I felt that going into the playoffs, that the best 2 teams in the West, this is my opinion, were Dallas and Colorado. And I think the winner of that series would probably go to the Stanley Cup final. And I still feel that way. I still think Dallas is going to go to the final. We'll see what happens. But, the expectations are high. And who knows, in any particular series, and when you have a goaltender like Jordan Binnington, he can help. He can not alone, but you know what I mean. He can be a big part of any upset in any series. So, that's what stings the most, is you go on to the next round if you do, and who knows what happens. I know the Blues were, I believe, 0-2-1 against Dallas this year, but the games were all tight, and for the most part, the Blues have played Dallas very well the last couple of years. So I certainly would have liked the Blues' chances a lot better with Dylan Holloway in the lineup. and it certainly could have made a difference in the first round against Winnipeg. That loss was a major loss to the St. Louis Blues. I think Blues fans know that. You guys know that. But he wasn't coming back in the series, probably not coming back in the playoffs. And but, every team has injuries. The Jets lost some key players, obviously. Scheifele didn't play the last 2 games, so you can't use injuries as an excuse. But I really would have liked to have seen this Blues team in the playoffs with Dylan Holloway on a line with Braden Shen and Jordan Kyrou, because those 3 were so dynamic down the stretch.
You mentioned Binnington. He ends up with 43 saves, and technically, he's the losing goalie, giving up 4 goals, and you think about each goal, how they went in, deflections, whatnot. I just felt like with Hellebuyck, and you saw it there in person, that he was susceptible again to the bad goal, whether it was the Matthew Joseph or even the Foxa goal. I felt like if they kept the pressure on him, he may have given up a few more. And I don't know how it happens, if it's by design, but all of a sudden, are they sitting back? But I just had the sense if you just shot more on him, he's going to make a mistake or two.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the Blues had some chances, but didn't have enough consistent attack. And that sort of looking back at the series and the 4 losses in Winnipeg, and remember they had leads in 2 of the 4 games. They were tied in the other game. For whatever reason, in the third periods and obviously in the last game going into overtime, they didn't pressure Hellebuyck enough. And I felt after the Matthew Joseph goal, if the Blues score 1 more goal, he's done. He's done for the night. He's going to get the hook again. But they couldn't get to him. I mean, he made some bad plays out of the net again, almost got burned. I don't know what it is about him. And give him credit, he made some good saves in the third period, and he made a few in overtime. The one in Parayko in particular, when he came down the slot, was probably his best save in overtime. But he has not been, his game goes the other way in the playoffs. And I would be very, very surprised if the Jets win in the second round with Hellebuyck in goal. That's just my honest opinion.
Yeah, when you watch this playoff series and realize this guy's probably going to win the Vezina and possibly the Hart Trophy as MVP, you wonder, what happened to him? Why was he so different in the regular season to the postseason?
Well, I mean, we all know it in any sport. Some players can handle the pressure, some players can't. Goaltenders like Binnington and the Hall of Famers, Patrick Roy, Martin Brodeur, those guys can handle the pressure. As a matter of fact, they get better with more pressure, and other players can't. Now, Hellebuyck might change the narrative. I don't know. But he's got a long history of very average to poor performances in the playoffs. So this isn't just 1 year or 2 years. He's done it really his entire career. So, again, I'd be very surprised if they advance past the second round.
What's your expectation this summer? Doug Armstrong's always got some move that maybe no one's expecting. I don't think anything major in terms of the amount of moves, but don't you think he is going to look at this? And I think you're going to see a couple of names that are regulars now that'll be gone.
Well, it wouldn't shock me. I think the Blues are getting a little bit old on defense when you look at the group that they have, and they have to make room for some of their young players, like a Tyler Tucker, who really has stepped up this year and probably needs a bigger role. And you have other players in the organization like a Matthew Kessel and some of the first-rounders that they've drafted. So, they're probably a little long in the tooth on the back end. And, whether they make a deal or something like that in that area wouldn't surprise me. I do think the Blues need another center. Thomas is clearly a great number 1 center. But they need to get another center iceman to me. And Dvorsky probably is the guy, but I don't know if he'll be ready next year to be a regular in this lineup and on this team. I could be wrong. We'll see. I mean, a lot can happen over a summer, but he's still a very young player. So I think those are the 2 areas that Doug Armstrong would explore and, perhaps tweak. The goaltending obviously is rock solid. And I like the makeup of this team. They're going to be really good for a long time. And again, we have to mention big picture all the time, even though the feet still stings. But they've got a really good young core. And this team, I think the Stanley Cup window is open for this team again. It was closed for a couple of years, but I think the door is open again starting next year.
John, how many years was this for you behind the mic on TV? You got to be the longest-running TV voice of the Blues in their history, I would think.
Yeah, I think I'm right up there. My dad did 21 years, and I think Ken Wilson did 20 or 21. So, yeah, I'm right around that time. So, yeah, I'm getting old. You're right.
Oh, wow.
I didn't mean that.
Is that what you meant, Doug?
No, it's a tough job to hang on to. It's a great, fantastic job, and you guys did great work, I thought, throughout the whole series and the season.
Thank you. No, it is a great job. Very blessed to have it, and can't wait for October.
I'm sorry, John. I thought your Tuesday call-ins were probably bigger than even the games themselves, though.
More pressure packed,
to be fair,
for sure.
yes.
Bigger audience.
You don't
I
know it.
agree. I think we should actually double my my pay next year, and perhaps
Jackson handles that. So Jackson, you can when you
Hopefully,
work that out right now.
Z says he listens. So Z, if you could take care of that for us, or Jackson, are you in charge of that?
What was that?
Oh, God.
They're watching Celtics Knicks highlights.
He's queuing up Bob Seger. Night moves over there is what he's
is that
actually
right?
doing.
Matt LeBlanc's in that video, Martin.
Oh, no, I ruined something. Now he's mad.
Wow,
Now
he's mad.
I'm sorry, John. We're trying to have some fun with you, and now our producer hates us.
John Kelly with us here on Tuesdays. Doug Armstrong speaking today. We will probably hear some of the details on these injuries, I would imagine, in the next few hours. Always good to talk it over, John. One hell of a season, and I echo what Martin said regarding the call. That was certainly a great thing to have. I know it only goes during the first round, but having you and Jamie Rivers and the FanDuel Sports crew on the broadcast, that was something I'm sure a lot of St. Louisans were grateful to have and enjoyed the call. So, great season, man. Tough way to end, but we always enjoy talking it over with you.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, and thanks to you guys as well. And appreciate you having me on. I enjoy it every week. I really do.
God bless. Appreciate it, John. Thanks so much.
Okay, talk to you soon.
All right, that's John Kelly with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone line.
Doug called him old, and then Jackson got mad because I could see what he was doing. You were queuing up. I love Bob Seger. There's nothing wrong with that. Did I spoil something?
No, it's Bob Seger's birthday, and I was going to play Night Moves.
Oh, now you're moving on.
Oh, what's the theme? And it was going to be, happy birthday, Bob Seger. It's going to be fun.
Now we can't.
Now we don't have that.
Now that's out.
No, I mean, I still play. It just won't be as fun.
Okay.
I ruined it.
Bob Seger, Doug, how old do you think he is?
Oh, he's probably 73.
I'll say this
I
is
was
a
going to go
mile.
78, but that means now I know it's 80.
It's 80. It's a milestone birthday.
Yeah,
born
once I
there.
heard that it's a mile, I knew I'd come. It's 80.
Yeah, 80.
Okay. Wow. And still performing too, isn't he?
I don't know on that.
That's crowdsourcing for the
That
record.
tribute band was here. I got burned because I did think it was Bob Seger.
Ed Herman
It was a
said
couple
Paul
weeks ago.
Simon was 80.
83.
83 and still
at Stiefel.
performing.
Yeah.
God, good for him.
I saw Paul Simon at the Fox in 2016, and I thought it was like a farewell tour. I said, we got to go. And then all this 9 years later, he's back
There's a lot
out.
of farewell tours I've noticed. Encores of farewell tours. I mean, for real, when I was a freshman at Missouri, Rolling Stones came through in 94. And it was kind of like, yeah, this is probably it.
Yeah,
it was the
down.
Steel Wheels tour. And they were at Faroe Field. And, I mean...
They play at Faroe?
Yeah.
Oh, they never do concerts at Faroe anymore. That'd be so cool.
And that's, I mean, at the time, God, I mean, how old were those guys in 95? I mean, around 50, I guess?
Probably, yeah. Mid-50s.
It's like, these guys.
Now, Keith
How are they
Richards
gonna
is
do
about,
that?
what, 110 now? 112?
That's correct.
He's going to outlive everybody.
Well, that's probably why they've lived so long and so active, because they keep going.
Jackson.
They're not sitting around somewhere.
What's up?
Is my name still Johnny Cakes? It's from Johnny Cakes.
This is all they're worried about in this doggone text line.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you will not change it now?
Well, he hasn't asked for me to change it, so asking if it's still Johnny.
But I thought you were implementing a policy that if you have a name, that is your name.
I mean, it's a loose policy. It's a case-by-case scenario.
So Mr. Siders cannot change his name?
No, he's
Harrison's brother Master cannot change his name?
Never.
Never.
It seems like who you consider allies can change their name, and if you are an enemy of this texter, they cannot change their name. I mean, that seems that's what I'm reading here.
I just don't ever want to get duped, you know? Like, I don't want to change.
Like a Hoosier Trojan horse?
Right, like I don't want to change a name and then be like, oh, I don't mind this person. And really, it's
He could be a
Harrison's brother
nesting
Master.
body.
Indeed. There you go, Doug.
You got to keep an eye on the troublemakers.
You have to. You got to keep track of these things.
Hey, Jackson, is my name still Big Tuft? That's from Big Tuft.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I feel there's going to be a run on these now.
You can get
get your name saved in the text inbox by messaging in, and Jackson sees it, I guess. 314-399-9646. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, you know anything about Seth Goldcamp's business? I think you do, because you're a client just like me and Matt.
I am, yeah. He's been out to my house a couple times for routine maintenance. They do great work at Design Air. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. That's way more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA also, and that loyalty says a lot. Seth Goldcamp is at the helm, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. They want to make sure everything's working right with your HVAC system. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
There it is. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and compete for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new vehicle, not sure what you can afford or what you can get approved for? Find out by going to AutoLoanPro.com. They're going to help you get into your next vehicle. They're going to work hard to get you the best rate. They do that by working with over 50 different lenders. Anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Auto Loan Pro. That's the only thing you need to know. Great website, AutoLoanPro.com. While you're on the site, scroll down, you'll see the free playbook. And what the playbook will do is educate you on the credit industry. How does that work? How do you get approved for this and that? Save that free playbook. It'll help you down the road for your next vehicle. It's the Auto Loan Pro, getting you a vehicle, but also teaching you a little learning along the way. You'll see Robert Thomas on the site as well, friend of the show. AutoLoanPro.com, the website for your next vehicle, no matter what your situation is. AutoLoanPro.com, Auto Loan Pro, part of the Lita family. Oh, I wonder why he's playing this.
Nice. That was a peace offering from Martin to try to get the alliance back together.
It's accepted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You're easy.
I hold about 3-second grudges.
Do you have a grudge against anybody?
Cronky.
Okay, good.
Texters, is the Texters just faux?
I was thinking about like my truly dislike list. It's pretty small.
That's healthy.
I think so. You know.
And then you're 27 years old. You kind of, I think, maybe I'm wrong on this, you get that perspective as you age, I think. At least I'm speaking, of course, first person here, firsthand. But I think the all-time, at least associated with TMA grudge holder, I will type this in my phone if anybody wants to fire a guess.
Producer Joe.
That's it. That's where I was going to go. I was curious if Martin would have agreed with that. Martin might have fired a different...
The grudge master?
Producer Joe is the grudge master. Still probably holds grudges against people from like 2006.
We got
Get
friends.
screwed.
You got foes. Somebody's got friends, somebody's got foes. Bunch of foes.
Producer Joe never crossed paths with him. That would have been an interesting.
I'd like to see it,
That would have been interesting.
I would have paid to see
That would
that.
have been an interesting dynamic. However,
Well, aren't you a doofus?
email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. John Scores is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says Jackson has a grudge against Larry Nickel.
Whatever.
And that might be why you don't have any grudges, is because you just smile, shake your head, and go, whatever.
I think listening to the program for a long time prior to being on it, it kind of, I am the vessel sometimes, but
Doug, I am the vessel.
I am the vessel.
I am the walrus.
I am
Cuckoo.
Spartacus.
I do. You listen?
And then there's always the gangster Pete, producer before me, who said, don't take the opinions of anyone who doesn't know you personally seriously,
So you don't take John Scores seriously?
His opinions on me personally, I do not take
to heart.
serious. Yeah.
Allow myself to introduce
myself. My name is Hove, H to the O-V.
Okay, stop it.
Well, why don't we have Larry on?
Larry is welcome to call in. He gets a little salty. Salty when he has to wait. But when we were forever, I've been working on this almost 5 years. He would wait all the time. I don't know.
I'm new here, but can I ask a question, Jackson?
Jackson's taking questions. Doug is not.
No.
I am taking questions.
Okay. Is he typically, over the years, I'm a little behind on the show, but is he typically on the Tuesday dossier?
Oh, yeah. Well, not dossier.
So he's not listed, because I've been here a little while, and I've not seen him on the
That's like putting
dossier.
like grab ass on the dossier. Like, it's going to happen if I put it on there.
Oh,
or
okay.
not,
But you used to put light vamping.
It's true. That was just just to get you guys revved up.
Doug, when you see light vamping on the dossier, does that
Well,
rev
free
you
up,
really does,
It's
yeah.
called Runway.
I think today should have just been titled, the top of the dossier you should have just written. So this is the show, huh? And that would have been the theme the entire day.
That was an Austin Powers quote, not Jay-Z, nerd. That's from the 636. That's somebody who has not asked for a name change.
You said my name is
Allow
Hove.
myself.
No, you said that.
I know, but isn't that what you were queuing up?
No, I was.
You were doing two different things.
Okay.
I was. That is. I have to say, the 636 was correct. Now, I would not call you a nerd to your face. I would not. But that's what the 636 did.
This guy clearly hasn't heard public service announcement.
Doug, PSA.
Tim was doing Austin Powers.
Jackson did
was
Hove.
doing
Oh, I misheard then.
the hip to the hop.
Ed Hermann was instructing us to see Legends while we still could. I saw Hove Enterprise Center 2009 and then saw him at the MGM Grand, whatever they called that, MGM Garden Arena.
Watch the Throne tour, right?
That's right.
Yeah, it's awesome.
In 2011. Was that 2011 I saw?
Doug, are we talking about Jay-Z?
I don't know what we're
Yes.
talking about
Okay,
anymore,
that's
fellas.
correct.
Did anyone
But I don't think he really performs that much anymore. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Todd Gurley's agent?
Yes, Rock Nation.
Rams first round draft pick, but to be used in LA.
Absolutely.
We'll keep him as healthy as we can for this season so he's ready next year.
That was the initial plan, I believe.
Did anyone open for Jay-Z in 2009?
Doug?
Hell, I don't know.
I'm serious crowdsourcing on my part.
Yeah, I guess
you
we
just
can
asked
find
me
that.
if anybody opened for Jay-Z in 2009.
Is P. Diddy still in jail?
P. Diddy.
Did Keith Jackson ever say that?
Yes.
It really did.
Yeah. It was an
Really?
Orange Bowl or something. Coming up at halftime, P. Diddy.
Oh, Sierra. He was with Sierra, Jay-Z and Sierra in 09.
Is that right?
that's
Wow, I have to
married
tell you, I don't remember
Russ.
that.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of her work. Doug, the video with Reggie Bush, probably awkward for Russell Wilson, as is any future appearance.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm surprised I didn't remember that. Huh. Doug, I apologize for not remembering Sierra
okay.
opened up for...
I looked up the set list for that Watch the Throne tour, and just like you've told the story of, it does say that he closed with the In Paris song. It says in parentheses several times.
Yes, I believe they played it 11 times.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Place went bat crap every single time. Watch this, Doug. Again!
Okay, stop that.
And off they went.
Gets the people going.
Does get the people going. Your favorite concert memories and your celebration of Bob Seger's 80th birthday. And did you know Matt LeBlanc, Joey from Friends, is in the Night Moves video? All of those topics are welcome by calling in. And Larry Nickel is welcome on the show. John Scores, Jackson says, is wrong that Larry is not welcome. And Jackson does not hold a grudge because Larry sends Jackson, quote, salty texts.
Yeah. Salty dog.
To you directly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And we have the Slammaroo this weekend, so it's appropriate that we would talk wrestling.
I thought it was called Backlash.
I don't remember. Yeah, Backlash.
It's called Slammaroo.
Backlash. Back acne.
Backlash is this week. So I figured, Larry, let's do this, right? Let's talk wrestling because we've got Backlash this weekend.
DBA Slammaroo. Not sure I made the cut last time, but if South City Power Hoosier is available, that's what I need my name to be known as henceforth. Okay. Great show! That's from the 636.
You can take that because someone named the South City Hoosier aficionado just recently changed their name to Gooner Reloaded. So,
what does that mean?
Sounds like a really weird action movie.
Gooner Reloaded.
And I'm into it. Yeah, South City Power Hoosier is now yours. Look at that.
Just like that, it's done, huh?
Yep.
Okay.
Jackson, you've just been invited to a little event. How about this? Jackson, I need a fourth for my hometown tournament next weekend. We're 26 and 27 years old. I shoot around 100, but my skill is not why you should come. In fact, I just want to chop up NBA talk with you. Thanks. That's from Big Al. Big Al the caller? Or is this a different Big Al?
He looks older than 26.
Yeah. This is...
Hometown tournament. Well, I'm curious where that would be.
I would assume
Or are you a
what think
snob?
It is. It sounds like it might be Boone Valley to me.
That would be, yeah. Count me in.
Okay.
What was? I'm trying to find this person's text.
217. That's
217.
saved as 217.
Okay.
Decatur, Champaign area.
It's a little bit far.
Oh,
What if it's a private club, though?
Well, then I could be coerced.
See, there, just
Next
change like that.
Yeah.
What if it's a muni?
Well, you know,
See how it happens, Martin?
with
You
these
see
gas
that?
prices.
What am I carrying my own bag?
Guys, I love Bob Seger, but he had some of the worst teeth in rock and roll before getting them fixed in the last few years. That's from the Kirkwood Colon Cleaner.
Oh, colon cleaner.
It's a niche business.
That's a proctologist, isn't it?
Well, not if it's just like a car wash situation.
Different Big Al says it's an hour into Illinois.
How many Big Al's are texting in, Martin?
Well, this one says it's an hour into Illinois at Timberlakes. I'm not familiar.
Guys, do these names show up on all the other 101 ESPN shows? That's from the Forest Hill Farm Hummer.
Yes, good question. Yes, we all use the same text inbox software.
It shows up if they text in, like when they're on the air.
Right, they wouldn't just pop up like some sort of Amber Alert.
No.
I was in the Walgreens. I was in the Walgreens, maybe it was Target when Amber Alert went off, and so everyone who has a phone, you know, it was the craziest sounding thing you've ever. It was
like a bunch of gerbils.
It literally sounded like a Gerbil Apocalypse.
Everybody start looking around.
Yeah, everyone just pulled out the front, like all in there. I was like, really freaked me out.
Yeah, but have a kid in your cart, you felt a little awkward.
Right. Yeah. Well, it vibrates even harder, I guess. When there's an Amber
He did his
Alert.
own TE. You have to be catching all this stuff, Doug. There's a lot going
Well, it's
on.
the guy who clips off whenever something gets clipped off. I can recognize it in real time.
Jackson's back. I can feel it.
Yeah, he's back. The Bob Seger 80th birthday gala during John Kelly's interview is got him back.
I look up every day, like, music birthdays for possible return songs, and usually it's just nothing that really gets. I was like, oh my
Bob
God,
Seger
Bob Seger
got you going. That's
well, it was
interesting.
Bob Seger and Meek Mill, but I don't know if Dreams and Nightmares would resonate.
Would you like to hear Meek Mill, Philadelphia's own?
I don't think I know who that is.
Got to fight the fight to get him out. I think his music is not safe for air.
No, certainly not. It would have to be the radio edit version.
Okay. I've got your different Big Al inviting you. Looks like Timberlake's golf course is in Staunton, Illinois.
Oh, the Plowhawk would always talk about going up there.
Then you ought to go. Maybe you're going to be playing with the Plowhawk and you're going to miss his wedding.
I know. I feel so bad. I love the Plowhawk.
Well, then why aren't you going to his wedding?
Prior engagement.
Oh,
with my boy Sweet Kai's wedding.
Oh, you can't do
It's
both.
in Cape Cod.
That's the -1 that you're going to, right?
Yeah, I don't have it, but it's in Cape Cod.
Be honest with me. You pissed that your girlfriend's not allowed to go?
No, I know the circumstance.
Yes, right there.
But I know
Martin
the
knows.
circumstances.
Martin just called. I saw him.
I know the
He
circumstances.
threw his chips in. I'll see what happens on the
The only
turn.
people who get to bring a significant other are those who are wed. So, and I'm not.
Wed.
So I'm not the only one who has to leave their lover behind. This is how it goes.
Did you say leave their lover behind?
A lady, but yeah, lover works as well.
Let's see what we got. Iggy is active in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat this morning, and he says Larry did post on Facebook that he has started a new job at 101 ESPN. How about that?
Is that right?
Well, that's fine.
Well, of course,
he's here.
Fine. I didn't know that.
I was unawares. Good on him.
I think you hold a grudge. John
So it might be
Scores is
really
right.
awkward if we don't allow him on the show, but then you walk into the break room and he's sitting there.
That would be tough.
That could be a little awkward.
That would be tough.
Doug, Main Street is the best Seeger song. Thanks. That's John Scores.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's a subjective thing.
Well, there's Bob Seger and then Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band.
That's correct.
But they're like, you could say if it's like Night Moves is a Silver Bullet Band and Seger collab, but you can say that's a Bob Seger song, right? It's like Bob Marley and the Wailers. Like it's.
No, I think you can say whatever you want to say.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, I'm supposed to write that down or something? This guy's favorite song? I don't care if it's your favorite too.
A Cape Cod wedding on a groundskeeper's budget will lead to these awkward situations in which friends cannot bring significant others. That's from Arbor Day. Doug, Sweet Kai does handle the bunkers at a golf course in Cape Cod. The wedding is in Cape Cod. Yeah. Usually there's a little bit of money in Cape Cod in June. And so Arbor Day, who has won Texture of the Year the last 2 years, is making the observation that Sweet Kai's raking of the bunkers does not allow him to have a huge budget. And that's why
Sheet cake and
Jackson.
fruit punch. That's all you're going to get for the reception. Sheet cake and fruit punch.
It doesn't sound too bad.
I like sheet cake.
Mm-hmm. But you said his fiance is a travel nurse up there?
Correct. Yeah.
So she's probably doing quite well.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson's been with his girlfriend for over a year and doesn't get to bring her. More like cheap Kai. Am I right? That's from Arbor Day. Arbor Day is not done with Sweet Kai. This is a tough day for Sweet Kai. Tougher day, though, for the Plowhawk. As
that's true.
Many members of the TMA family will be in attendance. And Jackson, you have to wonder what's going on between Jackson and the Plowhawk. With Jackson not being there, don't you wonder, Doug?
You're telling me, man.
Yeah,
I feel
obviously
terrible. I love
friction.
the Plowhawk so much, and I'd love to be there because that sounds like a really fun wedding. But this is it's a tough call.
Arbor Day, you want to drop 6 figures on a wedding, you dork? It's $6,000 a night for the home. That's from Sweet Kai.
Yeah, you never talk dollar figure, sweet. It's never
Like
a
a
win.
Ledoux guy talking to Ledoux guy.
It's just you never win. When you start dropping actual values, you just never win.
I sometimes speak openly about my gambling wagers, but I think that's kind of a bad idea too.
I think
it's a no upside play.
You never win.
Yeah.
Anytime you start putting $sign and a number behind it, never great. Unless you're talking about something so crazy expensive, like these tickets. Oh my God! But you can't say I bought these tickets for that much.
What'd that set you back?
Right.
You get a new car. What'd that set you back? I don't know, Bill. Is it your business?
Couple gift cards.
Yeah.
Got a deal. I'll work it out a little bit later. Don't tell the IRS.
Did you say IRS?
Oh, yeah.
Because Mark Milton is right
World-class
there
weave.
in case you do have an IRS problem. That's what he specializes in, people being sideways with the IRS, you've got big legal problems, unless you got Mark Milton on your side, and he can handle the godforsaken tax man for you. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, or wage garnishments keeping you up at night, maybe facing IRS criminal investigation, serious stuff, and that's when you need to contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. You're wondering about his credentials. Well, Mark earned his accounting degree from the University of Illinois, the #1 accounting program in the country, got his law degree from St. Louis U, and now he lives and works right here in the St. Louis area. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Now he helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Producer Joe, who was earlier in the segment, voted to be the best grudge holder of any member of TMA in the show's history, is listening this morning, and he says he was pretty sure that Trey Songz opened up for Jay-Z in St. Louis, and it was March 2010, Doug, not 2009.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Mr. Steal a Girl.
Mr. Steal Your Girl.
All right. 16 years ago, we're talking about who opened for Jay-Z.
That's correct.
In St. Louis.
That's correct.
Oh, and he remembered it.
Producer Joe.
Okay.
Guys, Kai's wedding registry has a hers strap-on listed.
Oh.
It's from the Warriors in Woods Wacko. Is that accurate?
No.
That's in the registry?
I never go out the registry.
What do? You
I'm a
like
cash
you
guy.
like make a quilt or something?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Wow, well, it sounds like you might make Kai a
Well,
good
I've
idea.
always thought crocheting or, general sewing could be like my third act, but I don't know if I'm going to start that now.
You're not
But
classically trained.
Well, I'm certainly not. And terrible motor skills, so it's probably not for me. But
fine motor?
Fine motor, yeah. We're just atrocious handwriting.
Yeah.
Wow, you're not going to Plowsy's wedding to go to another friend's wedding, and you can't even bring a date, so you won't have a date, and you can't hit on any of the drunk bridesmaids? Sounds like a waste of airfare, Papers. That's from Big Tuft.
Well, it's good for me that I don't give a rat's ass what you think about where I'm going this summer.
There you go.
Like, truly. Appreciate your opinion. Don't care. I mean, it's really just a bang-up job that you're having
Clip
a thought
yourself.
on it, but don't care.
Don't care.
Sweet, sweet Kai is about to enter a season of friends' weddings at a deficit. All of your friends' significant others will hate you for the snub turf jockey. That's from Harvard.
I do love the term turf jockey.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I had a destination wedding. We were limited to I think 60 or 70 people. I don't remember. It's been 15 years. And I was in that awkward spot. And as you might imagine, might really surprise you, Doug, I wasn't real active in the wedding preparation.
No, most guys don't care.
And so then I'm in a tough spot, But I mean, yeah. That's a tough spot. But sweet Kai, how many people are going to this wedding?
I think 50 or less. It's a really, really small wedding. So
when you're the guy, the groom, you just kind of want to get through it without making people upset. You want people to be happy.
Yeah.
And you don't want to anger anybody, and you just want to get it over with.
You doing a live read for weddings?
That's pretty much
like
the groom's point of view. Let's just hurry up and get it over with. Don't make many
Do you
relatives
take this
mad.
woman? I just want to get it over with.
At least Libby Jack will be able to watch Caitlin Clark highlights alone in his hotel room in Cape Cod. That's Eric in the Central West End. That's what you're going to do?
No. Oh, yeah, we're going to have a hotel. It's like
route? Boston?
You
Yeah.
don't have a hotel. Where are you staying?
They rented some houses. Yeah, I'm staying in a ditch.
$6,000. Is Jackson in this wedding groomsman, or is he an usher, a.k.a. the B team, or is he just going as a tertiary friend? Don't you like that? That's from Carlos.
I didn't really like it. Tertiary friend.
As far as I know, the tertiary friend spot. I don't know the situation. Listen,
Well,
when
the wedding's 6 weeks away. I would
Well, when
imagine the invite would have come out for a groomsman.
Well, so apparently not.
Are you mad at sweet Kai that you're not a groomsman?
No, I don't know if he's having. I don't know what the situation is. It's a small wedding. When I get invited to a wedding, I don't then call the groom and ask for every minute detail so I can tell it on a radio station.
The big detail is you're a tertiary friend.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just happy to be invited.
Okay.
Tim, you can only fit so many people in the lawnmower storage shed, so Kai limited the invites to 50. That's from the Worcester was Wacko. He's still sideways with sweet Kai.
You could probably sleep 4 or 5 in a storage shed.
You think?
Sleeping bags, yeah. Move some of the rakes around.
It'd be really tough to get a Cape Cod and then use a sleeping bag. It just doesn't seem like
In a
those
storage
It just
shed.
doesn't seem to go hand in hand.
Are any of the Zarks buddies on this trip as well?
No, different friend group. Sweet Kai I went to high school with, and he went to Mizzou. This weekend was a college friend.
And I assume in the storage shed you're going to have to shut the door at night so the animals don't get in, and it's going to get kind of musty in there and lack of air. It's going to get hot.
You'll just be watching Caitlin Clark highlights.
Well, just to tune my mind out of the hell I'd be living in there.
He talks about Kyle like he's a best friend. Hey, newsflash, best friends are groomsmen. That's Eric in the Central West.
Okay. You guys are just getting wins off me left and right.
Turf Jockey has responded, no wedding party, just me and my betrothed.
Yeah. Okay, so that's, it's a small wedding. There's
There you
no
go.
wedding party.
Mm-hmm.
No one gets their feelings hurt if there's no wedding party.
Right.
That can be a real thing.
Well, Grandma's still going to have her feelings hurt. And some aunt that got left off as being a tertiary family member.
Probably.
Doug, the Shrewsbury Seminary student, wants to talk about Jackson's wedding plans.
Jesus Christ.
He's on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning. You're on with Doug Vaughn, Shrewsbury.
Hello.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. Are you?
Hey, I was listening to the podcast from yesterday,
Okay.
and I just wanted to say south of 44 is not South County. I live in South Webster. It's very different than South County. South County starts when you cross Watson, and everybody knows that.
South County starts when you cross Watson. That's what your premise is, Shrewsbury Seminary student?
Yeah, Watson's horrible. If you go to the other side of Watson, you're in South County. You go on the north side of Watson, you're in Webster. You're in Kirkwood. Other
do you
side of
agree with that?
Watson,
Well, I'm south of Watson.
You're in South County, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Are you crumpling a bag of Sun Chips while you talk?
Are you on a handheld phone?
What's that?
Is there a cable on the phone you're using?
No, I'm using my AirPods.
Okay. It crackles a little bit when you talk.
Hey, is Jackson there?
He's here, yes.
Hey, what's up?
Jackson, 360 win teams, all losing on the road in game one. What do you think?
Yeah, you know,
Or losing at home.
You
Losing
throw
at
the
home on game
regular season record books out the window when it's playoff time. 48 minutes of hell.
Yeah. Do you think this Nuggets team can upset the Thunder?
Yes.
Okay, I guess that'll do it. All right.
Hey, I got a call coming in, guys. I got to go.
Okay, sorry to bother you.
He's got a call.
All right.
Sometimes Chairman Kurt will call listeners and ask them to join us, and that was an example.
Career. I mean, that's one that talked about forever. I mean, just taste pitch 1960.
Martin, there is an example of Mike Francesa calling in, unfortunately.
Was he calling someone while hosting?
And I've talked about this before, but I think it was another a later WFAN show, and they were way too scared to tell him that you sound like crap, so they just went through with it the whole time.
They were so happy that he called into like a late night or weekend show.
Right? They weren't gonna try to poke the
So
beehive.
he was on, but also making a call while on.
Who knows?
Get involved on the program. You too can call in and talk about Doug, the NBA playoffs, just like the Shrewsbury Seminary student did. And then he made the demarcation of Watson Road being the start of South County, is what he says.
I guess you could make that case.
You think
probably
so?
could.
314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Simping for STL just said, has this show ever received a quality caller? Good Lord. That's a shot at Caller Adam. That's a shot at Stephen Wildwood.
Every one of them. Yeah.
That's a shot at Janet.
It is.
Yeah, seriously.
Wow. The Shrewsbury fella had a similar start that Adam would always do, like, hello? Hello?
Yeah,
they
they
pretend
can't hear
that they're
us.
not there and they can't hear you. So I was wondering if it was Adam in disguise.
The TMA remote lamp says it would be so weird traveling solo across the country to go to a wedding. I'd bring my girlfriend and keep her in the hotel room as a protest.
Okay.
There's no hotel
super
room.
cool.
It's a storage shed.
I'm going with my friends. Going with two of my buddies.
Herb will be there.
No Herb. Going with two of my buddies, so I'm not traveling alone. And
Who's
even
the
if I
other guy?
was, who cares?
Mashed potato or something? Who's your other guy?
I haven't given them nicknames yet, so I'm going to have to wait to tell you that.
Can you sleep on a riding lawnmower?
I guess you could.
Could you
just have to
sit
be
down there in a
off.
comfortable position?
Yeah, you don't want it on. You slip off.
This is epic broadcasting. Nobody cares about Jackson's Brazzers wedding adventures. Why is it Brazzers?
Brazzers.
You donkeys are worse than my ex-mother-in-law talking. That's from the chairman's pocket partner. Chairman, you have a pocket partner?
I do. 2 of them.
Oh, Bill.
What's going on?
1 for each pocket.
Oh.
Pal, all the single boys will be bunking together and recreating that Smokies trip. That's from Fuelsy.
I'll have my own bed. I know that.
Are you like me now?
That's right.
Yeah, that's kind of a dunk. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. It's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
If you get a chance today, stop by your neighborhood Schnucks. This is the final day. They'll be collecting and helping out St. Louis Crisis Nursery. It's a diaper drive that's going on. Crisis Nursery has been a national leader in child abuse and neglect prevention for over 38 years. Great organization. They provide over 500,000 diapers every year for families in our area that need them desperately. Schnucks is teaming up with them. Pretty simple. If you can grab the diapers at your neighborhood Schnucks, including Jefferson County, St. Charles County, St. Louis County, St. Louis City, pick up the diapers right there at Schnucks, and when you do your shopping on the way out, there will be bins for you to drop those in. Please help out. This is the final day for the collection at Schnucks for the St. Louis Crisis Nursery. It's their diaper drive, helping team up with this great organization that's done this for nearly 4 decades now. It's the St. Louis Crisis Nursery diaper drive that's going on at Schnucks today. May 6th is the final day to help out.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Great night in the NBA last night. 2 outstanding finishes with the Knicks winning on the road 108-105 in overtime over the Celtics, and the Nuggets defeating the Thunder 121-119 on Aaron Gordon fast break 3. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, Doug, it's Jackson's Bob Seger tribute on his 80th birthday. You didn't strike me as a Bob Seger guy.
I think Night Moves is just such a... It's impossible not to just smile when you hear that song.
Well, Doug, you always have wondered if that song's about heavy petting or if it's metaphorical for life's journey and getting older. Which one is it? Is it about heavy petting or is it about that getting older metaphor?
It was probably just about whatever words you could come up with that rhymed. I think that's probably what usually drives the songs.
What?
Find a vague topic and then trying to find some lyrics that rhyme and sound good together.
Working on our Night Moves, trying to make some front page drive-in news?
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, you can go tell your buddies that I engaged in heavy petting. Light hand play, take your pick.
I guess you can read into things like that. Or, more than likely, it was just words that rhymed and sounded good.
Greg Kinn had the breakup song.
Yes.
And the refrain
was
was
on
just
my... That's right.
He said he scribbled it, and then he came back and he didn't have anything better, so he just used it, and it worked.
Then that adds to Doug's theory that Bob Seger didn't really think this through.
Well, they may. In some cases, they might think it through. In other cases, they might.
Well, it's a newer song, so we haven't had a chance to break it down over the years.
Now, we said in the Stiefel dossier we would talk about the lyrics of Night Moves. I woke up last night to the sound of thunder. How far off I sat and wondered. Started humming a song from 1962. Ain't it funny how the night moves when you just don't seem to have as much to lose? See, Doug, he's looking back and he's realizing he's getting a little older. And then the guitar picks up again, and it hits people in their 40s and 50s and 60s. Holy crap, we're about to be fertilizer.
Oh, fertilizer.
Nope, that's what he says at the end.
Tim, will you allow an AI overview?
Yeah, I am taking AI overviews.
Okay.
Doug is now.
Yeah, Doug, close your ears.
Okay.
AI overview says Bob Seger's song Night Moves. The phrase refers to the actions and experiences of young people, particularly those related to romance, sex, and the pursuit of freedom during those teenage years. It encapsulates the idea of finding pleasure and intimacy in the night, often in illicit or secret settings.
Wow. Now, see, that's the literal interpretation. Metaphorical, I think it's about, holy crap, I'm getting old. I long for the night moves.
Now, from AmericanSongwriter.com, a personal account of an old romance. Seger describes a time when sex education was merely whispered among friends with trial and error. Seger was first inspired to write the song after watching the American Graffiti, the film American Graffiti, in theaters. The film following a group of teens as they explore newfound freedom in their sexuality. So he's inspired by American Graffiti, which was Spielberg or George Lucas? The other guy.
Right before Star Wars.
Yes.
Guys, Tim reading the lyrics sounds better than Seger singing them. Thanks. That's MD 2020.
Oh, stop it. And there was no sex in American Graffiti.
Not
heavy petting?
Little kissing. That's it.
Tim, when you die, be honored to spread your remains as fertilizer on my lawn. That's from Sweet Sweet Kai, who is not allowing Jackson's girlfriend at his wedding. I am 63, and I get it. It was a teen when it came out. That's from the 636.
Okay.
Is that right? That song is 45 years old?
Probably about 70. It's probably 50 years old, that song. 1970.
Why is Matt LeBlanc in the video?
He is?
Yes. Matt LeBlanc, Joey from Friends, is in the video.
Was he a little kid?
No, he's supposed to be like a 20-something.
I got 76.
What the hell's Matt LeBlanc doing in there?
Well,
what kind of perverted operation is this?
Maybe it's his doppelganger.
Matt LeBlanc is 57. That's odd.
Speaking of night moves, inviting a bunch of guy friends in their 20s
Holy
without
hell.
dates. To join your fiance girlfriends without dates and a wedding is a recipe for infidelity stew. Doug, is that what you think this sweet guy's wedding is? Infidelity stew?
I'm just appalled that he's making them stay in the storage shed. Appalled. Just to save a buck.
Bob Seger waited till 94 to release the video for Nightmares.
Wow. How about that? That explains Matt level.
Yeah, it does. That helps.
Let it sit in.
Gosh.
You should really put out a video for that song. Yeah, we'll get to it.
I do like the idea of that. Like
years later.
Going back. Yeah, I think that's kind of cool.
Are we going to overlook the fact that Jackson said he has his own bed and still can't take his quote-unquote girlfriend? What the hell is really going on here? That's from the old Appleton stepdad.
This is some Hoosier-ass investigation.
Wow! You just went after old Appleton.
Yeah, this is...
Is that name taken? Hoosier-ass investigation.
Well, since there's
Sherlock Holmes looking into what I'm trying to do here.
Since there's two separate conversations going on at the same time.
You're back on Night
If I'm not
Moves.
mistaken, they didn't make a lot of music videos in 1976. I don't remember seeing music videos.
The first music video was the Buggles video killed the radio star. Martin, is that correct?
It's the first one they played on MTV.
Got it.
It's one of those St. Louis trivia nights that's always in there.
Yeah.
And then they win the 50-50 Doug. Hey, $120. And everybody goes, give it back. Give it back.
How many trivia nights a year do you do?
I've kind of retired from trivia
Is that
nights.
right?
Yeah, the last one I had, none of the speakers worked. The microphone didn't work. I'm yelling across the cafeteria.
Yeah.
And I just said, I don't think, I came home and I told my wife, I said, I just don't think I can do it anymore.
That's it. I had a guy bum rush me once, wanted to fight me because of the answer I gave. Said, I didn't make this stuff up. I didn't write the question or come up with the answer.
Was he wearing
was
a green
ready
jacket?
to throw down.
Was
What?
he wearing a green jacket?
No. No. That happened at ours, though, too, didn't it?
Jackson was
Usually
on the
a
receiving end.
$50 gift card on the line and people are angry.
I was told, so the one I MC, I limit them to my kids' school, to St. Gabriel and St. Louis University High. That's the limit of my charity exposure. That's my mission statement in life. And I did one a couple weeks ago. Joey Vitale was there, and he goes, "Hey, he goes, can you keep this thing moving?"
Ironic as all get out.
Yes, before the thing, and I'm like, because we had gone. Or no, I guess you guys weren't at the one where it was me,
Right.
Stalter, Carrie Davis,
Marshy
Marsh, Playful Posse, and our significant others. Although Marsh brought a gentleman friend.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it seems like you just got jealous
Well,
right there.
I bet the texters into their
It's
show
like when
did.
Larry Sanders was invited to David Duchovny's beach spa.
I bet the Fastlane didn't get triple-digit text about him bringing his buddy to trivia night.
So you're unhappy with our audience for highlighting that you don't have a girl to take to Sweet Kai's wedding.
I mean, I have a girlfriend.
Maybe they don't have Sherlock Holmes investigating in the afternoon.
Yeah, morning guy.
But the
night
the
moves.
trivia night, it went nearly 4 hours, and we were guests at that one, and I thought to myself, as the MC, I will make sure, especially now with Joey Vitale's request, that Doug, what I would do is I would ask the question, I would look at my phone, about 10 seconds, I would repeat the question, 10 seconds, next question. I feel like that's a good... You feel like that's good?
It's a good pace.
And you can start yelling at people who want the question repeated.
Well,
you start berating
so
them.
I'd get done at the end of the round. If anybody would like any question repeated, I'd be happy to. And I was jackhammered by a gentleman who wanted me to slow
down.
No.
You're going too fast.
I find time flies at those trivia things, though. You sit down, you start eating, you hear questions, you wonder where your memory went and why you don't know any answers, and then you turn in your paper and you start all, and next thing you know, it's 10:30 at night. It's
What
like
is
playing
the name?
poker.
9:40. We started at 7. I got it done at 9:45. I feel pretty good about that.
Before 10 is kind of the cutoff.
And Vitale bolted, by the way. I got to hold him accountable. Where the hell he went? Starts yelling at me not yelling at, but before the thing got going, he's, hey, keep this thing moving today.
Well, what else? You're there. What else you got to do that night? That's kind of it for the night, isn't it?
The St. Louis landmark built on the Mississippi River in the 1960s.
Oh, God.
Do.
Each bridge is...
Next question. Hold on. Painful.
That's when you just start yelling at the people, asking for the questions to be repeated. They'll get the message.
I think I used a few swear words when
really
the
let 'em
speakers
have
didn't
it.
work, and then they probably didn't want me back anyway.
Wes Sutter of USA Mortgage is texting in. He says, last trivia night I went to, they waited 2 minutes in between questions.
Oh, God.
no.
Even for questions like who is the famous mouse associated with Walt Disney. They then waited 2 minutes. I was looking for weapons. It was a 4-hour night. That's from Wes Sutter, and he's with USA Mortgage.
You have 100 questions and you go 2 minutes between questions? Oh, my God.
I went to a music trivia once where they would play the songs and people get up, start dancing and singing, and that went forever, too.
Plus your poor
And
lyrically.
I'm horrible at that. Horrible. The worst. The worst. Even if I know the song, I don't really know the name, the proper name of the song. Yeah, you don't want me on your team.
Guys, if you could, 9:33, Tim said he was jackhammered by a gentleman. Can you please clip that off?
See, that's now that's a text because I actually can use that because I have
like
the
that?
time. Well, yeah, I have the
That's
time
helpful.
now. Very
So you
much
now are on board with the text inbox.
I was never really off. Just, it's a real dance with death. Some days we're alive, some days we're dead. Right now we're back to being alive,
If I went to a trivia night with Tim as the MC, I wouldn't get a single answer right. Probably wouldn't write anything down. I'd be too mesmerized by the host. Some MD 2020.
Bad text. Mesmerized by the host.
Doug, what snacks do you bring to a trivia night? Let me guess. Raw lettuce with no dressing.
Oh, that wouldn't be bad.
Tough.
Yeah.
Well, there was a lot of backlash yesterday to you announcing that you went to Helen Fitzgerald's and had a salad, but we were so despondent about the Blues that I didn't read said text.
I had a great salad. I actually went 2 nights in a row.
Did you get wingy and crinkle cuts the next night?
I had a seafood salad, and then the next night I had grilled chicken with broccoli.
Oh, boy.
Why wouldn't you eat that?
It's not going to play well.
Broccoli's a cancer fighter, my friends.
Sure. Seafood salad? Mm-hmm. What fish was in there?
Oh, a little shrimp, little crab. It was good.
Yeah.
Good. They have really good food there.
Hey, you want to try something on draft back there? Did you have any prune juice?
Right. Apple juice. Oh, that'll help your blood pressure.
Got a clicker around your neck in case you fall.
You're welcome to get involved. Many are choosing to do so by texting and really consumed with Sweet Sweet Guy's wedding.
Yeah, seriously.
314-399-9646. Of course, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They also partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic. And they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. Stifel has financial advisors in 12 offices in the greater St. Louis area and nearly 400 offices nationwide. Stifel also has a full-service investment bank for institutional clients. They're one of the fastest growth wealth management firms in the world. Stifel is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE. And you're wondering, what does SIPC stand for? Well, it's Security Investor Protection Corporation. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated.
Add a little breakdown. There's firecrackers shooting in the sky, a bottle rockets on the 4th of July. Roman candle wars in my backyard. Run for me and you won't get too far. Sparklers, screamers, and streamers. Cherry bombs, smoke bombs with your moms. Kids playing with the poppers in the street, burning them snakes all over the concrete.
See what I mean about writing songs just for the words rhyme? That's all that's really important.
You didn't hear smoke bombs with your moms?
It's our 4th of July, so let's celebrate. Get your friends and family now, don't you be late. It's a celebration tonight. Yeah. July is hot and so are your fireworks. Before you can shoot them, make sure your lighter works. Once when I was a kid, I took a rocket to the arm. Now I wear these goggles to shield my eyes from harm. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Successions, and we're giving you a 4th of July song from us to you, the fans. Thanks for listening. Enjoy your 4th of July, and of course, be safe.
Oh, it's like a PSA.
Very nice message.
PSA. Be safe out there.
Doug, we're only 2 months away. Stop health shaming, Doug, you ticking time bombs.
I'm health shaming by telling you what I had for
Sharon and Clayton. I think Sharon and Clayton might be saying to
us, stop picking on
shaming.
Doug
Right.
for being healthy.
That's right.
We are the ticking time bombs.
It's the walruses with the 48.5-inch waist that are upset that I'm having grilled chicken and broccoli.
So you and Sharon and Clayton are on the same page.
I think so.
That's
yeah.
what I think's going on.
I think what a complaint could be, and I'm not saying I'm filing said complaint, is that like you could make grilled chicken and broccoli at home really easily, whereas it's tougher to make something like buffalo wings or.
It's pretty easy to make wings at home.
Yeah, but who's got the time to get the grease out? You run the risk of making serious fire.
I was about to say, Martin, people make wings at home, really?
You can buy them frozen wings and put them in an air fryer or something. There's your
Is
wings.
that right? Does it taste the same?
Yeah,
Really?
Well, it's a little different. It's good. Air fryer it'll get you right. My mom makes chicken wings in the air fryer
Is that
sometimes.
right?
Really good. Yeah.
How would you compare those ones that your mom's makes to the restaurante?
It has really crispy skin. Like it comes out with really crispy skin.
I might have to get on this.
So it's obviously what wing you're buying. You know, if you're buying quality chicken, yeah, it's pretty solid.
Baking powder is the key to getting that crisp in the air fryer.
Look at
Is that
this.
right?
Yeah.
Really?
This man has experience.
So what do you like? Sprinkle some baking powder in the air fryer?
Probably in the dry batter.
Or on the chick-a-deedle-dee?
On the chicken itself, yeah.
All right.
You could mix it in with some spices and.
Well, spices are nice, Doug.
I think Jackson's point to Doug, though, wouldn't you rather eat the boring stuff at home,
right,
and then the fun stuff while you're out?
Again, I'm not filing this complaint.
Discipline is the thing.
Right.
We got to get in the habits of eating healthy.
We live with the man for a week.
Yeah, it's no joke. He was drinking apple juice every morning like he was 7.
Because it's a little better for you than orange juice.
Sure.
You got to get healthy habits. I could eat forever. And if I ate whatever was in front of me, I'd weigh 300 pounds.
Yeah.
Because I'm never really filled up. And so the only way I can deal with that is to eat healthier.
You can see where that press box will get you. There's always a bowl of like M&Ms, then there's a bowl of that
Cookies sitting
snack
out.
mix.
Yeah.
It's just sitting, then you just find yourself. Not me, but I've seen it be a little bit of grazing. Doug,
I could do that, yeah. And I can eat ice cream all night long.
When you time is up, it's up to you. People smoke in their 80s and people who work out have heart attacks. That's from Sharon's Ledoux Pool Boy.
People who work out have heart attacks?
They're saying when it's your time, it's your time.
Well, but you can delay your time for sure.
But there's nothing like seeing the media eat.
My favorite drops.
Yeah.
What was it? What did Cosell say when he saw the media eating?
Human garbage.
Guys, cornstarch makes it crispy. Thanks, 314.
No.
Good Lord, reading comprehension much. There was no comma after Doug, therefore I am in an alliance. Sharon and Clayton, not happy with my read of her text, which was stop health shaming Doug, you ticking time bombs.
Okay.
And now people are going to go after her because she went after Tim.
Maybe it should have been two sentences.
Interesting, yeah.
It probably should have been 2 sentences.
Stop health shaming Doug.
Period.
You know what? Actually, I think there should have been a comma after Doug. Now that I'm looking at it, now that my read was criticized, I think it's stop health shaming Doug, comma, you ticking time bombs. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, the you ticking time bombs is just a clause. It's not a separate sentence.
Oh.
But you could write it as a separate sentence, maybe with an exclamation point. Really drive home the point.
No, because there's no verb in the second clause.
The
therefore it's
teacher
not a
just
sentence.
emerged.
So a comma was needed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, that's a huge win for me.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm going to show up on the set of Real Housewives of TMA and get sideways with Sharon and Clayton.
It'd be interesting.
Tim's read was perfect. That's from the Maplewood
Here
Blood
we go.
Buffalo.
Here we go.
I'll tell you what's perfect is Dr. Brandon Pryor and what he's got going at 100 West Dental, right off of Manchester in Baldwin. He built brand new offices and allows you to have the best technology you're going to find for the patient experience. You can go online at 100westdental.com and check it out for yourself. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. It is a very procedure-specific approach to dentistry. If you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. It's 100 West Dental. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Comes your way at approximately 10:45 here on the program. I'm going to make sure I give it time yesterday because the time management yesterday was dreadful and I didn't get to it, so we're going to let it breathe today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen. It's like it's a Bob Seger celebration here on the program today.
His 80th birthday, 1945.
In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, they're celebrating Bob Seger's birthday by ranking the hotness of people associated with the show. So you can go in there and talk about hosts and advertisers. And who is a male you're attracted to. The TMA remote lab says Mark Hanna has hair like JFK. He's got to be in the running.
Oh, gosh.
Dr. Pryor is next to Tim on the Mount Rushmore of perfect. Hubba hubba. So MD 2020 is attracted to Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental. The TMA remote lamp is attracted to Mark Hanna. And James Carlton is a good-looking fella, too. It's like all the hot guys gravitate towards Tim.
Oh, Johnny Christmas.
There's a lot of man rockets.
Jackson Larry Nickel is on the Kelly and Thompson phone lines.
Look at this.
John scores. Jackson has answered.
What's up, Larry?
Number guys, what's up?
Oh, well, hello,
Larry.
Nixie.
Larry, there are a few questions I need to ask you. Number one, do you know John Scores?
No.
Okay. Number two, did you announce that you're working at 101 ESPN on your Facebook?
Yeah, because since I'm somewhat associated with you guys.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
And number three, do you send Jackson salty texts when he doesn't put you on the air?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
All right.
That's all fair.
No further
All
questions.
fair. Yeah. So, Larry, what's been going on in the wrestling scene?
Well, last night, since I didn't get a chance to do it for the past couple of weeks.
Get us Exhibit A.
I would text Jackson directly about that.
I have been, Martin.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good. I think that's the best route.
Okay, last night's main event was for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Okay.
And just to clarify, it's not the belt that was used in WCW. They made a new world title. And it was against current champion Jey Uso, who beat Gunther at WrestleMania 41, and Seth freaking Rollins.
Okay.
And apparently, Seth Rollins was supposed to win by disqualification, but I found out through my sources that the match has been thrown out due to multiple people interfering in the match.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Wow.
Coming out of the back.
Who are your
jumping in the
sources
ring.
on that?
Ref doesn't see it.
No, the ref just threw out the match because he saw somebody come in the ring. I'm thinking Sami Zayn. And then somebody came out. He just says, "The heck with this! I'm going to throw the match out."
Yeah. Probably should have. Did the right thing there. So was that the only thing that happened, or was there something else that was of news?
Well, Becky Lynch called out the current reigning defending Women's Intercontinental Championship. And yes, Doug, I said it right. Women's Intercontinental Championship.
Okay.
Doug, he said it right.
I see.
Is that a Nelly Furtado song?
That's good. I don't know.
You think like 2003? Say it right. Am I right on that?
I just don't.
Is she Australian?
Okay. That's me now.
2006, Tim. 06.
Well, the current Women's Intercontinental Champion is Lila Valkyria, and they're going to have a title match this Saturday in St. Louis at Backlash.
Oh, you going to be there?
No, I got to work.
Oh.
Here?
No, I'm not with you guys. That's only on Tuesdays.
Okay. On occasion.
But I got another job at the old bakery beer company in Alton.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
We'll come and see you.
Well, okay.
I mainly work night, so.
Yeah. Well, that's good that you got a job there.
Yeah.
Bringing some money.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else we need to know about the wrestling business?
So you're not going to the Slammeroo this weekend?
No, I cannot go unless I switch with the dishwasher, which sometimes he will switch with me, sometimes he won't.
I think let him know your passion for the men in the mat.
I like that, the men in the mat.
I will.
Larry, do you have the top 5 countries in the world available?
Yes, I do, Tim. Number 5, Scotland.
Yeah,
Scotland.
So the Open's coming up. Of course, it's Royal Portrush this year, though, isn't it, Doug?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought it was Carnoustie.
Number 4, Australia. Which, by the way, side note, that's what I got out the Crown Jewel Premium Line event in October.
The Crown Jewels, what event?
It's a Premium Line event. It's no pay-per-view.
Okay. Number 3?
Number 3, Chile.
Chile.
Makes sense.
Chile. Okay.
Number 2, Canada.
All right.
Number 1, United States of America.
Yes. It is quite a streak, Martin. As you might recall, I think it was season 12 of TMA. There was a stunning development one week when the Philippines was number 1. I felt like Larry was compromised by the Marcos family. But other than that, the United States has been number 1 before and after that unfortunate week, Larry. Am I correct? It's always been the USA minus. You had the Philippines and Corazon Aquino, number 1 week.
Yes.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, I like the directness of Larry's answers. He is on like the witness stand.
He would be an ideal witness. Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he is, Larry Nickel back, despite Jackson's grudge.
Jackson? Yeah, jeez.
That's why I am a legend.
Taking my material.
It's true. It's true. It's damn true.
Okay.
Chicken Meat Tenders is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and wants to know when the country of Chad is going to make the list.
Oh, I don't know that it will. I don't think it's large enough to make the list. Not consequential enough.
Wow. Look at that.
It just isn't.
Chile guy. Martin, you know about Design Air, don't you? Because you're a client, and so is Doug and me.
Design Air will bring you that email today in the 10 o'clock hour, but on top of that, they will take care of your furnace in the winter, air conditioning unit in the summertime. Get a little tune-up right now. It's about to be summer. You know that AC is going to be cranking full tilt for months on end. Get a little service call ahead of time. You can go online, designairservice.com. That's the website where you can set up your appointment. Talking about a company that's been around since 1904, a St. Louis-based family-owned company. Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation, family-owned business. They've got great technicians who will get in and make the repairs, let you know what you need without trying to add something you don't need, not trying to sell you something that you don't need. They work directly with their team to make sure that doesn't take place. Great technicians. Some say handsome technicians. DesignAirService.com is where you can set up the appointment for all your heating and cooling needs year-round. And that email today coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Kind of a buck swope vehicle. He might
JD
text.
Golf Coach is right now the force, Martin.
Wow.
Yeah, he's very dangerous. The morning after it inside us.
Texted you at all about that? It's always good when the hosts get texted directly.
He reached out to me yesterday to let me know what was really going on with Dylan Holloway.
Oh, okay. That's right.
So when Doug Armstrong tells us here in about 90 minutes, I will have already been briefed.
So Larry's got wrestling sources, and Buck Swope's got hockey sources.
Exactly right. I got a situation going on with my essentially dormant Instagram. Jackson or Chairman Kurt will just post TMA videos, and then I'm asked to collaborate. Do you guys have this going on your Instagram? Martin, you're not on Instagram, right?
I'm not.
Doug, you are.
I don't know. I don't think I check it enough to know.
Okay. So the only time, and I mean the only time in the last, I think, 6 months, I've posted anything outside of just accepting collaborations from Chairman Kurt or Jackson was a video of Connor Hellebuck exiting Game 4 because me and my wife were there with some friends, and I happened to be ISO'd in on him after the Blues scored, I think, their 4th or 5th goal of that game, and got him skating off. And so I rarely check my Instagram. I use my burner to attack people. So my actual personal one, I don't really check, but I see that there is a war going on between Blues fans and Jets fans in the comments under the video of my post. The Jets fans very angry about the video, and now they are dunking on Blues fans for mocking Connor Hellebuck. And even though the series is over, the fight continues, and it turns out it's in my Instagram comments. Doug, the Instagram account, of course, Timothy Michael McKernan Jackson would describe it as a gift depot. Is that correct? It's a gift depot?
That's right.
It's a gift depot.
What does that mean?
A lot of gifts. Almost exclusively, honestly.
From Tim or the people that respond to what he posts?
Tim.
Instead of actual commentary, you'll just use a GIF to say what you're thinking.
Yeah, I'm not too active on social media. And essentially the only thing that I post per Jackson is GIFs or collaborations from the TMA STL account. But in this case, I got that video, and now Jets fans, it's been viewed 35,000 times, I see, and Jets fans are angry about it. And they're saying, something about enjoy your vacation in Cabo. And then Blues fans argue with them. So it's if you're looking to vent, I guess my Instagram comments is where you go now.
Okay. You want to settle this like men? Let's do it over the AM radio airwaves.
Oh, yeah, there was the Jets. I had one tweet the other night about we were going to discuss the game or something. They said, you guys joked. I looked at it with somebody from Winnipeg. I'm like, oh, you got us. You got us.
That hurt, too, when he said that.
Got us.
I don't know. I mean, I have to tell you, this is just me, and I realize, Doug, would you describe me as a godless pervert?
Kind of.
But if my team experienced its greatest win in my team and city's history, personally, I would celebrate with my friends and my family. I wouldn't go to a random guy in St. Louis's Instagram and argue with other random people who you don't know behind a burner account.
Mm-hmm.
But as a godless pervert, maybe I'm misguided.
Enter the Trolls.
So when the Blues beat the Sharks to get to the Stanley Cup final, you never felt the need to attack San Jose fans. Blues beat the Bruins, never felt the need to attack Boston fans.
I was enjoying the Stanley Cup.
And
imbibing and, celebrating with compadres.
It does seem to be, unless you are provoked, who cares?
Right. I just thought, well, here Hellebuck is exiting. Here is video of him exiting. If it was just like a random goalie, I don't think I really would have been paying much attention, like probably most people in St. Louis. Doug, can you name the Coyotes goaltender from that 2012 series?
Can I have initials, please?
MS.
Mike Smith.
Yes!
Okay.
Doug Vaughn! Yes. But he wasn't a Vezina winner, I don't believe.
I don't think so. No.
Well, I mean, Hellebuck's a storyline, and I don't think that story is over.
No.
But your post struck a raw nerve and a chord with the shut-in Walruses of Winnipeg.
That's correct. And now they're arguing with other Blues fans, Jets fans in my Instagram comments.
Okay.
So if you want to go in there and vent, I guess that's a place to go. Martin, I know you got onboarding to tend to. Maybe you're going to go in my Instagram comments and argue with Winnipeg fans.
I'm ready for that. Somebody said, tick, 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 onboarding. Get out of there so we can start to sexually harass Doug.
Oh. You blocked Doug's sexual harassment?
Apparently, I got to get out of here. So that is next.
All right. There you go. It is TMA 101 ESPN. If you are looking to buy a home, or perhaps you're looking to refinance, maybe you're looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know what direction to go to do any of these things, well, I'll make it easy for you. You can call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He's going to help you every step of the way, and you can call him on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. Or you can just Google the Bagel Loan. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he's going to get you the closing table fast. How about 10 days? And he will also get you the best interest rate possible. He also has the Bagel Loan that can help you out as well. The Bagel Loan is if you borrow $200,000 or more, no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy. He makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. This just in, Clemson and Notre Dame are set to announce a 12-year scheduling agreement that will pit the two college football powers against each other annually through 2038. That's per ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
We are the Cardinals, we want to win. Now is the time the playoffs begin. Summer is over, around October. The quest for the best will put you to the test. The chase is on.
There you go, Doug.
The chase is on. It's
Well, it continues with the Pirates in St. Louis tonight. Beautiful night for baseball. And we'll see what kind of run the Cardinals can continue on and what kind of support they will get. 17-19. The Cardinals 5 games back of the Chicago Cubs, but 1 game back of the second-place Brewers and the Reds, who are tied with Milwaukee. But Jim Bowden is not buying in. Matter of fact, he wrote this in The Athletic, which you can read this morning. And this is the following. In today's game, front offices equipped with advanced analytics have a much better feel at this stage for which teams are contenders and which are rebuilding, as well as which need to wait until closer to the July 31st deadline to decide whether to reset. Therefore, teams like the White Sox, Rockies, Pirates, Marlins, Nationals, Angels, and
Don't you
Cardinals,
dare lump us in with that
Cardinals do not need to follow the old school trade map. These non-contending teams aren't going to make the playoffs this year. If they have opportunities to trade veteran players for stronger prospect packages now, there is no reason to wait until July. And so he listed 5 trades that these non-contending teams should make. And he's got Ryan Helsley, Doug, going to the Phillies for Mick Abel. Mick Abel, the Phillies' 2020 first-round pick. He was 15th overall. He is a starting pitcher. He's got Helsley going to the Phillies. And of the 5 trades, there is another Cardinal on his way out. The Tigers acquire Nolan Arenado for right-handed pitcher Josh Randall and third baseman Carson Rucker. He says the Tigers have the best record in the AL, but it's hard not to think about how good they would have been if Alex Bregman had landed in Detroit instead of signing with Boston. That decision was no fault of the Tigers, who offered more years and dollars than what the Red Sox did. However, it's clear Detroit still has a significant need at third base, and trying to acquire Arenado makes a lot of sense. Arenado has a full no-trade clause and has not indicated whether he would accept a move to the Motor City. However, perhaps the 8-time All-Star would reconsider the opportunity to join Detroit, a playoff team with one of the best and deepest 5-man rotations in MLB. So there you go, Doug. Helsley, Philly, Arenado, Detroit. And I guess Jim Bowden does not care about the fact that the Cardinals are a game back of second place.
Here we come. I think it might be a little early for the Cardinals to pull the plug on the season. 2 games under 500, 5 games back. I think it's a little early to have a fire sale. It sounds like might be a good guy they would get back for Helsley. Maybe you do that one. Get a quality starting pitcher.
Deal.
Yeah, because closers typically don't last very long. But the Cardinals' big problem is they're just pathetic on the road. 13-6 at home. How can you be that good at home and can't beat anybody on the road? And I would suggest part of the problem is the way they use the bullpen on the road.
What about the Red Hats?
That's another angle to it.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
What do you like about Mick Abel?
Well, this is a kid that's I think he's a baseball lifer. I think if he can stay healthy and continue on his road to improvement and throw strikes, if he can nibble around the strike zone, I think he can get some people out.
You know, he averaged 6.5 walks per 9 last year.
Well, that's because he's throwing hard, and I probably need to get down there and work with him a little on his delivery. Mm-hmm. And I think we can get those walks down, cut them in half maybe. But I think if we can work on his control And if he can keep his arm healthy, I think he has a chance to pitch for somebody.
Stop it, Doug. The Cards need to sell, baby, sell. That's from the 636.
I think it's a wee bit early.
I agree. I think there are smart ways to sell without it looking like you're totally giving up. Because I don't think just giving up Helsley means you're totally giving up. I wouldn't say that that's a great sign to the fan base.
Yeah, to me it signals we're giving up.
If you got rid of both Arenado and Helsley.
They had one all-star pitcher last year. He had one of the best years a St. Louis reliever has ever had. I think he led the majors in saves with 49. If you give him up 36 games into the season, I think you're giving up.
What would the reaction of the fan base be if they traded away either one of the ones that Bowden says they should, Arenado or Helsley?
They'd be upset. They'd be mad, I think.
I'd be curious. I'll ask the audience. Would you be angry if the Cardinals made that one of those moves? I think, and I don't know, I could be off on this. I think the real answer is one that we're not presenting. I don't know if people really care, which is the weirder one.
Right.
But maybe now that the Blues are done, maybe people will start paying attention. I think if they win and they do so in exciting fashion, that people will come back. But I just don't think many people have been paying that close of attention over, the first however many games they've played, 36 games.
We're 3 out of the wild card race. And let me tell you, have I ever told you what can happen if a team gets hot? We can win this baby. Come on now. Don't give up in early May. Too early for me.
Tim, our reaction, who cares?
Oh.
It's a man loving. He is defeated. Guess I never realized baseball heaven is apparently baseball hell for opposing teams. Guess those hostile Hoosier fans up in the nosebleeds and uppity West Countyers in the green seats create a hostile environment. That's from Mongo.
Uppity people who sit in green seats are uppity? Successful? I don't know if that makes you uppity or not.
Yes, Tim, all 11 to 13,000 fans might get pissed. Who gives a S? Trade Helsley, trade Contreras, trade Arenado. That's from the 870. 870.
I would give it a month. I'm giving early this time in June. You probably know.
Right. The thing is, though, the Phillies have like an immediate need. They have Alvarado, he's a lefty. Their guy Jordan Romano, as a righty, has a 10 ERA. He's one of the worst pitchers in baseball this year. So they desperately need a right-handed reliever.
Well, the Yankees might need a closer, too.
Yeah.
Devin Williams, they've already
what about the Dreamweaver?
Knocked him out of he got batted around last night.
Wow, these fans are trash. That's from It's Your Boy Fuzz. Oh, boy, do not sell. These Cardinals are ready to soar. That's from Ironhead.
I'm not saying this is not the season to sell. I'm saying I think it's a little early.
I think if you get the right deal, and I don't know, obviously none of us know who really Mick Abel is. But
I just explained his career trajectory.
He likes to nibble around the zone.
If he can do that, he'll be better off.
If you can get
change your eye level.
Well-performing AAA pitcher, which you would absolutely say is the need for the next 2 or 3 years, is young pitching. Mm-hmm. It seems, and you've even mentioned it before, Doug, that closers have a short shelf life.
Yeah.
Upset? Doug, do you think we are upset about keeping Goldschmidt around and getting nothing for him? What were we rewarded with? Nada. Ship these old farts out while they still have value. This is not a playoff team.
It's from the 314.
First of all, don't yell at me.
If it's in caps with exclamation points, do I have an obligation to read it that way?
You do. You do. I'm just not. I just don't give up quite as easy as some would.
I think fans wouldn't like the Arenado if that was the deal. 2 guys who are in low A ball for Arenado. However,
because those guys don't usually make it. You'll never see them again.
Right. Likely.
Doug, name the last star the Cardinals have had on this team. That's her man love.
The last Paul Goldschmidt, MVP of the league.
Okay.
Nolan Arenado, 3rd in the MVP running. They had 2 superstars just a couple years ago.
That was like 13 years ago.
It wasn't 13 years ago. That's their last star. MVP, that's not a star. Perennial All-Star, that's a star.
Not good enough.
Okay.
Sounds like you're going to be fighting man love off. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The show's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, and we welcome you to email in. We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up here in about 20 minutes. James Carlton is a longtime sponsor of the program online at carltoninsurance.net. 423 five-star reviews when you type James' name into a Google search engine. This one just posted here within the last couple of months. My husband and I have been clients with James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency over 10 years. We have had only professional and positive experiences with James and the team at the office. We recently had to file a claim, and Stephanie was the person who we communicated with regarding specific information about our claim. Her customer service is remarkable. She thoroughly explained the process we had to go through step by step. Although I had several questions to ask, Stephanie patiently answered and addressed every one of my questions and concerns, and that is something I definitely appreciate. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. Doug, if you are ready, I got a guessing game for you.
Okay.
It's timely and it's painful. I don't know what our choices are, though. In honor of the Winnipeg Jets comeback win, here are some of the most shocking finishes in sports history. Oh, God. Anything that comes to mind?
Shocking finishes in sports history.
Comeback. This is specifically for Doug Vaughn.
Is it not hockey, but sports in general?
Yes.
Comebacks. How about the Buffalo Bills coming back against Houston Oilers in the playoffs?
No.
That didn't make it. Weren't they down by 30-some-odd points? That did not make it.
That's correct.
It's not a good comeback.
Why do you always have problems with these lists?
Well, wouldn't you think that might be a pretty good comeback?
I think it's because of Frank Reich.
They were down by like, what, 4
I think
or 5
it was
touchdowns?
35-3. I think it was
so.
35-3.
Came back and won.
Yeah.
Not a really good comeback.
And I was, where I was watching it? The gym at St. Gabriel's on the stage where there's been a couple of unlikely comebacks.
Oh, we don't care about those.
You're getting owned right now.
Now, you wanted other comebacks, did you?
Yes.
How about the Cardinals in the 2011 World Series, Game 6?
No.
No, of course not.
Get it together, Vaughn.
Of course not. Are shocking finishes or comebacks? What was the difference? Is that
the title of the article is in honor of Winnipeg Jets comeback win. Here are some of the most shocking finishes in sports.
Okay, so not necessarily comebacks.
There you go.
Surprising finishes.
Might be nice of you to apologize to the people at The Athletic, and in particular, Zach Powell.
How about the timeout called by Michigan right there that they didn't have at the end of an NCAA championship game?
No.
No, not shocking. How about the Bills missing a field goal in the Super Bowl? Not shocking at all. Oh, God bless
like
America.
A cursed list.
Babe Ruth getting thrown out. We've already brought this up once today.
No.
Not shocking. Bill Mazeroski hitting a home run to win the World Series in Game 7.
No.
Not a shocking surprise.
Have you been in sports media for like 100 years?
Can I have a hint on one?
DW.
Oh, DW. Durwood Watkins and his crucial mistake that cost his team the win.
They didn't mention that mistake.
I do like the name Derwin, though.
Yeah, that was good.
I need more of a hint than that.
1972 Olympics.
Yeah, 1972 Olympics. DW. Can I have the second name of the second letter of the first name?
A.
David Williams?
No.
And his shocking, third letter, please.
V.
David. It's David, isn't it?
I'm sorry, it's Dave.
Dave Watkins?
No.
Dave Wilkins?
Really close.
Dave, second letter, please, second name.
O.
Dave Waddle.
Yep.
Yes.
Wins the marathon.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't a marathon, but the 800. In the final of the men's 800 meter at the 72 Olympics, Dave Waddle looked every bit the underdog, wearing a 10 cap and dead last in the field on the first lap. Waddle seemed more like a fan who'd made his way onto the track rather than a medal contender. Then he began to make his move. Waddle passed one competitor after another competitor on the second lap and kicked hard as he came to the final 100 meters, eventually caught and passed the Soviet leader right at the finish line, finishing off a thrilling run for the gold medal. And you forgot about it?
No, I remember it now. I do remember watching it. I just didn't strike me as the most shocking thing that I've ever seen in sports.
That tan cap is shocking. He really does look like he crawled in from the stands.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's it. That's the entire
One
list.
is 2 months ago.
One is 2 months ago.
Not even 2 months, like 5-6 weeks ago.
Okay, the Duke finish in that game?
Yes.
Okay.
Dave Waddle, Duke. Now you're on a heater.
God, I wouldn't rate that Duke basketball game as the most shocking thing I've ever
Jackson,
seen.
you have a problem with that?
Yeah, Doug has mentioned a few games that I think might be a little bit more shocking. But I don't want to, no disrespect to Zach Powell.
Yeah. Initials on the second one?
NYM.
And New York Mets beat the Baltimore Orioles to win the World Series.
Jesus.
No. The New York Mets did something. Boy, did they ever. This was that time that they pulled off that shocking finish. And the Mets win the World Series. But not the one against Baltimore when they were the worst team ever assembled a few years earlier.
Touchdown.
Warner, touchdown.
Come on.
New York Mets.
Jackson's getting pissed.
So you know,
Jackson's getting pissed.
the ball through Buckner's legs. The ball through Buckner. Okay.
There you go.
Oh,
Jackson's
God,
getting
this is
irritated.
Well, I mean, they're like the Mets don't have like a modern history of very storied.
That was a guy's mistake.
Well, they also
Yeah,
won.
but they mounted a Sunday charge.
Okay.
Isn't this going to be awful that like 20 years from now, some slappies are going to be doing a list and they're going to talk about Winnipeg and St. Louis? And
But they'll never get Dave Waddle.
No. Waddle's above, I think.
All right, I got another one for you, Doug.
No shot in hell.
What is it?
Well, I mean, you can fire a puck on the net, or do you need hints?
I need hints.
All right.
I need hints.
HR.
HR. Herbie Reddington?
No, that's
What
the
did he
name of
do?
the team.
Oh.
Verse
HR.
SAS.
SAS. HR versus SA. San Antonio Spurs.
Yes!
What happened to the poor Spurs? Houston Rockets.
Yes! Okay, here we go. So now you know.
The Rockets beat the Spurs. Boy, that was an incredible finish, that one.
December of 2004. You're close.
Okay. All right, he hit a buzzer beater. Sure did. Boy, I didn't think he was going to make that
He
one.
did.
Good shot. Nice shot,
That's the
guy.
reason.
Good shot, fellow.
Okay, you got it?
Was it more shocking than North Carolina State winning the NCAA tournament on that buzzer beater?
Yeah, that list
It
is,
was.
not
That was
clear.
nothing. That was nothing. Huge upset. It was nothing. What did the Rockets do in 2004 that I'm forgetting?
Even the broadcasters counted the Houston Rockets out. But with the San Antonio Spurs leading by 8 points with 35 seconds left in a 2004 regular season game.
Oh, this is the worst list we've ever compiled.
It's not our list.
Someone else has compiled
It's
it.
the
We read
Athletic,
it.
and it's Zach Powell, and you're going to owe him an apology, boy. And in 3, 2, 1. With the Spurs leading by 8 points with 35 seconds left in a 2004 regular season game, a December 2004 regular season
early.
game.
Oh.
The game's outcome seemed inevitable, but someone forgot to tell Tracy McGrady, smothered by defenders. McGrady hit consecutive three-pointers, getting fouled on the second for a 4-point play. On Houston's next possession, he took an inbound and swished another three.
Okay.
Then he grabbed a loose ball, dribbled the length of the floor, and swished a pull-up game-winning three to help the Rockets edge the Spurs.
Stop it. Didn't that happen to the Lakers like a month ago?
Yeah, but he scored 13 points in 30 seconds.
I don't care. I just don't.
That was really cool. I wouldn't call it one of the most shocking moments in sports history, but it was really cool.
The fact that
And
none of us have any recollection of it at all
Well, it's always,
probably doesn't make
it's
it the
always
most shocking thing that ever happened.
It's always the excuse for some hardo AAU coach to keep going 1,000% when the team has a 12-point lead in the last point of the game.
Well, I
Always
don't
like, well,
doubt
Team
that.
Act did it. It's
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry, your kid will not.
Well, I don't doubt the comeback was nice, but a regular season game in 2004 that nobody really cares about then or
The
now.
Spurs would go on to win the NBA championship that
Okay,
year.
that doesn't matter. Not part of the
They beat
story.
the Pistons, Ben Wallace?
05, yeah.
Hand out tariffs on this list, Doug. That comes from Doug's Tariffs.
I'm real close to doing that. Someone is going to an El Salvadoran prison after this list.
You've had enough. Doug, also on Zach Powell's list, the Falcons blowing the lead against the Patriots in that comeback.
No, that's a good one.
So you accept that one?
I'll accept that one.
The Bills and the Chiefs, the AFC divisional playoff game from 2021. Bills leading 36-33 with 13 seconds remaining.
I won't give you that one. That
You will
happens,
not accept
that
that.
happens frequently in NFL games. A team scores a late touchdown to win.
Yeah, but there was like 2 late touchdowns. That was like they scored like something like 14 or 17 points.
I don't give a rat's
All right,
patoot.
fair enough.
What about the U.S. men winning the 4x100 meter freestyle, winning in gold the 2008 Olympics?
No.
Jeez. What about Ali Foreman 74, Rumble in the Jungle?
No.
Wow.
Either guy could have won that fight.
That's the list.
It's the worst list that's ever been compiled.
You know, there was a lot
Worst
of
sports list ever.
There's a lot of horse racing debate going on last week with the Derby. Secretariat winning by 31 lengths is one of the more impressive feats in.
You know why he was able to do that?
Be careful.
He had a heart 3 times the size of most other horses, and he had a stride like one of the longest strides they've ever measured.
Yeah, did you see that all 25 of the horses were descendants of? It's crazy.
Yeah, that is a nice little fun fact.
Because you notice he won the Kentucky Derby. He beat Sham was close. But then when they had the longer race, Belmont, and he's got this heart where he can just run as fast as forever, he just destroyed the field.
Yeah, that picture of him like winning, and you can barely even see a horse in the background is awesome.
But to have all 21 horses in this year's Derby come from his lineage tells you Secretariat had a wonderful time on the stud farm.
Yeah.
He really enjoyed his time in stud.
Look that up. Hey, if you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, or irritable, either you watched Game 7 of the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs in Winnipeg, or you could be dealing with low testosterone, lack of focus, mental clarity, low libido, which can strain relationships. Well, Mentality, a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, can help you out. They focus on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It is Mentality, and Mentality is online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's new year offer is your chance to take back control. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information. It's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. It's TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, St. Louis, maybe you're out there and you're on cooking duty for Mother's Day, and you're saying, I don't really know how to cook, I'm not really good at it. Let me tell you, you go by Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. They'll take care of it for you. You have some delicious chicken to enjoy on Mother's Day. And until then, check out their St. Louis Battle Hawks box, where you get 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips, an order of potato wedges, 2 dipping sauces, and a code valid for up to 30% off Battle Hawk tickets. Tickets are starting at just $14. So Mother's Day, you got Mother's Day cover with a delicious bucket of Lee's chicken, some potato wedges, maybe some biscuits, and then you get the Battle Hawks box in between. Now you're going to Battle Hawks games for much less, $8.99 for the Battle Hawks box. You want a drink, just add a $1. So get game day ready with the Battle Hawks box for just $8.99 at any of the St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken locations. And remember that caw is the law.
Doug, you're going to want to stay tuned here on 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrari at the top of the hour. Jim Montgomery addressing the media at 12:15. The boys will carry that live. And then following will be Doug Armstrong, and they will carry that live as well. So BK and Ferrario are broadcasting live from the Enterprise Center. And I am anxious to hear what they have to say about the injuries of this team.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll tell us all about it, or maybe they'd see that as making excuses and won't say much. Usually they're pretty
they talk about
forthright about it at this time of year.
They talk about it. So they will put the 2025 season to bed. It strikes me as an early death.
An early death, well, certainly could have turned out differently. The only thing that was more shocking was Dave Waddle's come from behind and win.
I agree with you. Waddle and then
Dave
the
Waddle.
2008 men's relay.
Yeah.
The pool.
I'm not over that yet.
Well, they won.
That's what I mean. I'm just in a state of euphoria and have been for decades.
That away Olympics was really fun.
See, Jackson's on board with Dave Waddle. And
maybe it's because I was a kid and it was the first Olympics I remember. But Phelps was in his prime. Usain Bolt. Basketball team was awesome. That was really fun.
Well, Schaefer Dorr is what I would consider to be one of the greatest comebacks of all time when Jason Gosrow did what he did with Schaefer Dorr, Doug. They're online at SchaeferDorr.com, and they're in charge of our podcast. That's Schaefer Dorr. I'm getting the sense that you don't know you have a Schaefer Dorr.
No,
read.
I did not. But boy, I wish I
That's
did.
on me.
Boy, this Schaefer Dorr, I'll tell you
Those
what.
the physical tells after doing the program together for so many years. I'm going, oh boy, I don't know how we're going to tend to this. Doug does not know he has a Schaefer Dorr live endorsement.
I was looking at
a little inside baseball.
I was looking at the standings, seeing that the A's are 20-16. Wow, only one game out. But you know what they do have trouble with? Garage doors out there.
Oakland?
Where
Sacramento?
There's Sacramento
Las
now.
Vegas?
And sometimes the doors don't go up. Sometimes they don't go down. That's when you call Schaefer Dorr. If you've got any kind of problem with your door, garage door, I mean, you need to think, Schaefer Dorr. Here's how you spell it. SCHAEFER. There's only one F. A lot of companies in town, at least one other company in town has two Fs. Not this Schaefer. SCHAFER. They'll get you quick response time anytime you have a problem with your garage door. They service all kinds of garage doors and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. They also have that special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. That seems to be when they go bad. They have big weekend nights out. Next thing you know, the garage door doesn't work. Who do you call? You call Schaefer. 636-782-3608. You call or text them. I'll give the number again. You didn't write it down. 636-782-3608. That's an important number if you have any kind of problem with your garage door. Even if you run a commercial business and you got those big, huge garage doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. SchaeferMaster is a LiftMaster partner.
There you go. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast here on 101 ESPN. You can always go back and podcast via the TMA STL app or the 101 ESPN app. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today next here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. May is officially the kickoff to home improvement season. The weather's warming up. Memorial Day's right around the corner, and now's the time to tackle those big projects you have been putting off, whether it's drafty old windows or a worn-out front door. Universal Windows Direct has the ultimate offer to get your home ready for summer and beyond. Right now, during their home improvement season sale, you will get an incredible 50% off your windows. Yes, half off. You heard that right. You can upgrade your home with beautiful, energy-efficient windows for half the cost, but it gets even better. For a limited time, you'll get no interest and no payments for 12 months. It's a whole year to enjoy your new windows before you pay a single cent. And here's the cherry on top. You'll receive a free entry door with your window
purchase. That's style, comfort, and savings all in one. So why wait? There's no better time than home improvement season to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. This May, celebrate comfort, curb appeal, and serious savings with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action tonight. First pitch, 6:45 p.m. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Cardinals. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, it's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Didn't have time for it yesterday. That was Jackson's fault, but I fell on the sword. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Okay.
Opinion. Big Tank Del Vecchio. To the media class of this small to mid-sized market, your journalists act like it. St. Louis has seen sports heartbreak so often we no longer flinch, we catalog. This city has endured more emotional whiplash than a Rams offensive line under Scott Linehan. So let's roll the tape and revisit a few of our greatest botches, because if we don't laugh, we cry into our emotionally overdrawn debit cards. Number one, the Rams are back. FSN Midwest 2006. A midseason puff piece documentary claiming the Rams had returned to dominance under Scott Linehan. They promptly lost 8 of 10. The footage has not been seen since, presumably buried with the 360 machine and the team's dignity. Number two, XFL scheduling debacle, KPLR 2001. In true St. Louis fashion, KPLR aired Orlando versus Chicago instead of the Hitmen's game due to a scheduling quote-unquote oversight. Viewer outrage was fast, furious, and absurdly local. Somewhere, a man with a stovepipe hat and an extreme jersey still hasn't forgiven Channel 11. Number three, are these all filtered, by the way?
How long is this email going to be?
I feel like I need to make sure, because this is another Doug.
I'd pull out.
You would? Okay.
Yeah.
That's enough.
The filtering process.
That's enough. Big Tank Del Vecchio, is that who he was?
I mean, it goes on for so much longer.
Okay. Drop him.
But it
Big
was
Tank Del Vecchio, you've been dropped.
It was good.
Too long.
Too long and possibly dangerous.
That Blues loss is going to sting for a long time. I honestly haven't seen a meltdown that's severe since Chernobyl. Although I still contend that the Notes' late collapse is nothing compared to Jackson topping his 3-wood from 170 yards in Florida.
Hybrid.
3-wood from 170.
Jesus, it was a hybrid.
The Blues will be back to fight another day. How many opportunities in ADHD-riddled albino going to have to beat the incomparable Tim McKernan in a golf match? That kind of opportunity only comes around once in a lifetime. But instead of rising to the occasion, he soiled his britches just like the Celtics did last night. The Blues loss still hurts, but the worst part about this past weekend is that your app stops broadcasting TMA all day. That is literally the longest I've ever gone without hearing the Sinbad interview in my life. Luckily, the Balloon Party podcast is still available, so I was still able to relive the time where Jackson nearly had a panic attack on air because Tim was a few seconds late coming back from break. So the pale one did what anybody would do on a sports talk show and nervously ad-libbed about his favorite Wes Anderson films. Is that what happens from the
I don't
JV golf
remember
coach?
that. I just said hello.
JV golf coach.
Wow, so much to get to. Did I hear Doug say he's seen all the karate movies he ever needs to see? Last time I checked, he still hadn't seen the original 1984 Karate Kid or the 1986 sequel Karate Kid Part 2 with Uncle Sato. The former is basically just a remake of Rocky, except it's set in Reseda instead of Philly, and it revolves around an Italian 15 going on 16-year-old boy managed by the maintenance man at his apartment complex instead of an Italian 30-year-old boxer managed by the guy who played the Penguin on Batman. And the main opponent is the delectable Billy Zabka from Just One of the Guys and Back to School instead of Carl Weathers from Predator and Happy Gilmore. Rough show for Libby Jack. Notice how he deflected Tim's question about why not just use a different printer for his dossier by redirecting how old man Doug just needs to dig up that email he sent back in October if he wants to see the Larry Nicholas dossier. Then he thought MICDS didn't have a maypole. Nice show prep, ass. Oh, this email is sponsored by Six Flags. If your kids don't realize they're standing in the middle of hell, come on out God's highway to Old Eureka. Ride the boss and taste Jacob's mucus.
Oh, no.
Okay, gotta go now. I'm heading down Nashville way, not by myself to go serial killing, but taking an old high school friend to see his first Pearl Jam show. Speaking of Pearl Jam, I've been trying to get my text name changed to the Recess Lady's Breast for months now without any luck. I previously tried to identify myself as Swope here, but it seems I'm perpetually stuck with Ed Powers sock crust. Doug, that's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Buck Swope.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. A lot to work with.
Today I've decided to go with a JV golf coach.
I second that.
Third.
Wow, it doesn't matter what I say. The JV Golf Coach has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario next live from the Enterprise Center. They will carry Jim Montgomery live at 12:15. Doug Armstrong will follow. That will be coming up live on 101 ESPN. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tom McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.